Makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey.
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi bath remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as 1 day.
It's done in 1 day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
All right, this is a Fox Weather Alert. We take you to West Michigan, where storms are still rumbling through parts of the center half of the state. This has been a really active evening. Michigan actually had its fair share of some damage from earlier in the day due to a tornado. Now we're looking at lightning that has taken shape, storms still rumbling through, and a lot of that lightning has been owning the screen, electrifying for tonight. A couple of cities that are under at least some type of severe thunderstorm warning. Lansing happens to be one along this line of storms, but it isn't just there in Michigan. We take you all the way back to Tulsa, where we've been watching a storm that has been rumbling through here too. A lot of lightning, but this one storm has been under a tornado warning. And it actually at one point was even a confirmed tornado warning. So likely there are sirens that are going off, your tornado sirens, letting people know to get into their safe places. We have, courtesy our Fox 23 Tulsa affiliates, out on the ground there capturing the storms, the heavy rain that has been pouring through. Look at how dark those clouds are. At one point we had a wall cloud that they had captured there for us live on the air. So the storms have definitely been taking full advantage of the storm energy that has been in place. A lot of that storm energy has really been sitting idle through most of this afternoon. Well, now these storms are rumbling through. They're tapping into that energy. They're strengthening, and even some rotation is starting to pop up on this too. So thankfully, Tulsa, it looks like most of the rotation is going to slightly miss at least the downtown area, but we're watching as here it is over Sand Springs, so very close, a little too close for comfort, actually, as this pushes in. It wants to do something like this. So that rotation, very broad in nature. Sand Spring happens to be right in the middle of that. Notice Tulsa is less than 5 miles away from, where this rotation has taken shape. It has become moderate at times, and that's kind of pushing across that body of water and moving to the north. It's moving pretty fast, a clip of around 25 to 30 miles per hour too. So this is going to be a storm that we continue to keep a close eye on. They've actually extended this tornado warning several times at this point in time. So that rotation has presented itself on the radar. It has definitely even been confirmed by a storm tracker as well. So that's one of the bigger issues that we've been watching. Here's our couplet right there, broad in nature. right over, say, Highway 97T, so pushing close to Tulsa. And it does look like our affiliates are probably punching through it, getting close to Tulsa as well, where we have a lot of that heavy rain. They're somewhere along here because this is where all that heavy rain is taking shape. So just kind of matching the visuals to the radar for you to get a better understanding. Looks like we have a new tornado warning. So Oklahoma has definitely seen a lot of that rotation taking place. This new tornado warning is over Seminole, where we had that tornado possible about 20 minutes ago. It definitely has come to fruition. Rotation is starting to kind of be picked up on the radar. Here's our couplet, so right around here somewhere, and that's going to continue. It's actually very close to the I-40 corridor. I would say if you're in there, you're probably feeling those winds right around here. So it has been an active day. We have those winds that have been taking shape. Thankfully, it may have just moved. That last scan of the radar showed it move a little farther to the north, so not directly over the I-40 corridor. But if we look at the history, you'll see that there is some moderate rotation that has popped up as it kind of crisscrossed the I-40 corridor. So big rotation kind of taking shape. Has been a really active evening. Now we know that this is a zone that has seen it simply because of where it is. There's a dry line that has taken shape, and that's really what's triggering a lot of these storms. And then on top of that, to the east of that dry line is where we had a lot of our storm energy. So the two of which are now working in tandem, and it's producing images just like this. Tulsa, Oklahoma, we're back on you because this is where that storm is just moving north and about west of the city. Heavy rain pushing in. You can see the storm cloud off into the distance, a lot of lightning. Winds have slightly picked up here too, but the rotation really has been the top priority that we're trying to get that messaging out to our folks here watching. Because this is going to be where at one point in time we did have a confirmed tornado. Thankfully, that's not the case right now, but the images and the intensity still remains pretty high. And you can see that here with this shot. A lot of lightning, a lot of dark cloud coverage on the right-hand side of your screen that has started to take shape. That's the storm in itself moving in from west to east. So we're still in that zone here where we could see this kind of pulse up and we could see another confirmed tornado. Thankfully, it is not the case courtesy of radar, but the rotation is there. Here's our couplet, and it's very close to western parts of Tulsa, western parts of the city. You can see the lightning. You could likely hear all of the rumbles of thunder. It's right over Sand Springs. So this is going to be that zone along that 412 corridor or highway that has a better chance of maybe experiencing this tornado warning. So there it is, possible tornado that we're watching kind of take shape. Our affiliate, it looks like they're still getting close to the storm. They are out in the elements. You can see all of the lightning taking shape. My goodness. And it looks like the rotation, let's see as they turn this bend here. There's our wall cloud off into the distance. Can't find the rotation from this one vantage point, I should say. But you can see all of the lightning taking shape and the dark wall of cloud that has kind of taken in ownership of the screen. And the rain has lightened up a bit. So I would assume they're trying to get ahead of the storm. They may be trying to get ahead of it and see the storm kind of move closer to the city, but I don't know really where they are in terms of respect to the storm. Nonetheless, we have been watching this. We have the severe weather outbreak that has been taking shape most of today. We do have our QR code on the screen, so you can scan that for the live updates. There's plenty of different areas, not just Oklahoma, but back towards Michigan, moving over Iowa, down through Missouri, into Texas, that are going to be under this threat of seeing severe storms tonight. And we do have a tornado watch that's also in place until about 1 a.m. Central Time. So several different elements that are going to take shape. To follow along, please scan that QR code. We'll bring it up throughout the majority of tonight just to kind of give you those updates going through the evening. Sand Springs, Tulsa, this is where we are right now. Just joining us here on Fox Weather, let's get you up to speed. We have a tornado warning that's in place throughout western parts of Oklahoma. Tulsa under that warning. Here's a Tulsa shot for you just to kind of give you the ground truth. A lot of lightning winds are picking up. You can see the storm moving in. It's moving in the direction from the left side of your screen to the right side. So it's moving in from west to east. It's pushing over the city now, clipping the northern half of the city. It looks like downtown Tulsa may have been spared, but the northern half, you may still be experiencing some really strong winds. And you also are seeing all of that lightning that's playing out. The rotation is just over Sand Springs, pushing into Tulsa. That has been the history of it. Not too much in the way of a debris, but we are seeing some moderate rotation that's still picking up. So that's going to be one of the big concerns. Does this pulse up? Does this become a tornado again? That possibility is still on the table, and we're watching northern parts of Tulsa for that. It does look like this wants to still skirt just to the north. Here it is. So here's Tulsa for you, just to get you up to speed. Here's our rotation history. So it may do more of a track like that if that rotation does continue to hug the ground and hug the surface a little bit. There's a lot of homes. Sam's doing a great job at kind of zooming in so that we can get the lay of the land, because between Turley and Tulsa, there's a lot of homes it looks like that this storm could be moving into. And our affiliate is doing a great job too out there tracking this, trying to give us a ground truth of what's playing out. Heavy rain, thunderstorms that have a lot of lightning in them. Whoa, look at that. Thunderstorms just taking shape. You'll notice that the northern tier of this, camera shot shows the belly of the storm in itself that's pushing in. That is the tornado warned storm that we're watching. So, this storm packs it all. It not only has the gusty winds, the lightning that's taking shape, some moderate rotation that's popping up on the radar. A lot of folks, thankfully, what I'm seeing and what I like that I'm seeing is that I don't see a lot of folks on the road. So a lot of folks have definitely heeded to the warnings. They are staying home. They are in a sheltered spot. If you're listening and you're not in a sheltered spot, now is the time. I'm telling you to do that. Get to a sheltered place, because here's our storm in itself. It is tornado warned. Does want to kind of skirt north of Tulsa, but you may still feel those heavy impacts of winds that's brushing in. So we'll keep a close eye. Our couplet's very close to uptown Tulsa. It doesn't look like downtown maybe getting a south wind, but the rotation is right around here. So it's likely doing this for the northern half of the city. I put that in perspective for you. So there's our rotation. It has passed Sand Springs now. It's moving closer. We'll watch an area like Turley, because I think that's going to be next in line. And you'll notice all of these homes that are in place here. Turley, Dawson, I-70, or Highway 75. You'll likely be feeling those impacts in just about a moment. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. So we're going to continue to watch all of the latest updates and bring you the latest on the storms with live coverage all night long. Stay here with us. We're going to take a quick break, kind of resurface, get the information in for you, and we'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Are you ready for a fresh new bath or shower? Well, now is the best time. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Hi, I'm Christina, and it's time to flip your old worn out bath or shower with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel today. Everyone knows the Jacuzzi brand. They're the most trusted name in water for more than 70 years. But did you know they can install a gorgeous bath or shower that feels incredible in as little as 1 day? It's no stress and no mess with a lifetime warranty. Now let's talk beauty. You deserve to start and end your day in a beautiful space that feels great and is custom designed just for you. So call or go online now to see the Christina preferred designs like Canyon, Farm, and Urban. Now that's the total bathroom beauty that I love at a price you can afford. And how about safety? Like an ultra low profile, easy entry shower, complete with grab bars and a custom design seat. You deserve safety and peace of mind without sacrificing style. Because with all the worries in daily life, taking a shower shouldn't be one of them.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just 1 day.
And at a price we could afford.
With one call to Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, you can effortlessly transform that old, ugly eyesore into the stunning bath or shower of your dreams that you'll love for years to come.
For a limited time, we're waiving all installation costs and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-7191. That's 800-384-7191. Call now.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called Select Quote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to Select Quote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
You could save 50% or more by calling Select Quote now. 800-240-4200.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
All right, welcome back into Fox Weather Live. We have Tulsa, Oklahoma on the screen. Unfortunately, Tulsa, you are under a confirmed tornado warning once again. They just highlighted that mere seconds ago. As the storm is moving to the north of the city, rotation has started to pulse right back up north of the 244 quarter, and it looks pretty impressive here on the radar. So we're watching that closely, Tulsa, as we look at you. Heavy downpours are heading your way. A lot of that rain has already pushed onto the screen. Here's a look at another vantage point. Fox 23 Tulsa has been out in the elements. They're kind of giving us the ground truth. That's our affiliate down in Tulsa. Heavy rain has been pouring through, and this is as our storm is skirting just to the north of the city. So they just confirmed it. There it is on your alert system. So here it is coming through our system here at Fox Weather. It looks like uptown Tulsa, Turley, back towards Sperry. This is where we could start to see, a confirmed, well, we have that confirmed tornado warning. I would wait to see, okay, radar confirmed. I'm getting that information in real time. Could be a bit of a debris ball kind of pushing through right around here in Turley. That could be where, our rotation really is taking shape. There it is. And it has started to kind of pick up, even taking the shape of rotation, moderate rotation kind of right around here, west of the 75 highway, crisscrossing it, heading towards Turley and Mohawk. So Turley, Mohawk, get into your safe place. This is going to be moving into your direction. As we mentioned, it's radar confirmed. Here's that rotational pocket that we could see where the winds have started to pick up and kind of work away from each other. So that's giving it that rotational aspect. And there's some history of, or at least some confirmation, I should say, of a debris ball that's kind of picking up right here. So that's where, a lot of homes are picking up. Thanks, Sam, for kind of dropping the radar just so we can kind of get the lay of the land. You'll notice that there's streets here. It looks like rows of homes, or rows of streets that could be homes that are going to be under this rotation. So unfortunately, this is moving into a neighborhood or, a area where a lot of homes and businesses are going to be in place. Very residential, I was trying to say. But that's pushing into that typical direction. It looks like it may even picked up a little bit more in terms of debris kind of popping through. So it's getting close to this highway. That's our tornado, confirmed tornado, radar confirmed, that we're watching closely. Here it is. It's over Highway 11, pushing close to Highway 75, or State Road 11. And it's pushing into the north and east. So 4 miles to the north of Tulsa, just spared Tulsa in terms of being close to the city in itself. And it's going to continue in that northeast direction. 4 miles isn't far. There's probably a lot of suburban areas, as this is still Tulsa County that's included in this. As we kind of zone out, you can see that debris ball very defined, moving at around 35 miles per hour to the north and east. Here's some of the cities that we have to watch for over the next, say, hour or so. You have Collinsville, back towards Olaga, Oswaldo. This is going to be, moving over your area and eventually over towards Edgewater Acres as well. I-44 corridor, get ready. It's going to be parallel to you. Here's our confirmed tornado moving in this direction north of about Tulsa. So that's a big city, 80,000 people. Let's actually see if there's an update in the numbers. But around last check, it was 80,000, folks that were underneath of that warning that was in place. Yep, so it has jumped up to 158,000 in terms of the population. 45 cities, 8 hospitals that are also under that too. So that's what we're watching very closely. This is the southern tier of the storm that we've been watching, but there is a northern tier that we're watching too. And this is out of West Michigan, where we're looking at some of the storm damage that has come into place. So this is very expansive. This storm outbreak that we've been watching has been over Michigan, has moved over parts of Oklahoma. Michigan is what you're looking at now. This is a look at the reporter there from Fox 17. They're getting ready to do a live hit of all of this damage. Oh, look at the tree that has just been, it has metal wrapped on it. It looks like some of these cars have been picked up and moved. Look at that pickup truck all dented from the winds, the strong winds that have pushed through. So Michigan also is an area that has unfortunately seen its fair share. We had a tornado there earlier today. Now you're looking at some of the damage that has been picked up. I want to take you back to Tulsa though, where this is where we have the active storms pushing through right now. So Tulsa, Oklahoma, a lot of lightning off into the distance. You'll notice that, we talked about this being a confirmed warning. I'm waiting for that lightning to really show us the structure of that, wall cloud that's likely moving through, because you can kind of see it. This may be the tornado in itself. We'll see if the lightning kind of shows us that structure off into the distance. That was the tornado that was confirmed moving north of Tulsa. And, the rotation was very apparent. You could see the debris ball on the screen. Looks like we're watching that play out in real time right now as the storm pushes north of the city. The debris ball even becoming a little bit more defined too. It's getting ready to crisscross Highway 75. So this is an area that is now in a very vulnerable state. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Here's our debris ball. It has gotten even more defined south of Turley, and it's moving into this direction as we head into the next, say, 20 minutes or so. So a couple of cities there that we have to watch very closely. Rain is on the backside, so you should be able to see it in the event that it's pushing through. I think that we're watching it play out south below me here in Tulsa. So a little bit of rain wrapping in here is what I'm being told. So that's wrapping into the tornado in itself. I want to see if they're able to see. It looks like they're getting the wall cloud. You can kind of see a little bit of the funnel in itself. That may be the storm itself that we're watching kind of move in north of Tulsa. It's closer to Turley at this point. But there's the tornado. As the lightning kind of highlights it from behind, I think that's what we're watching. This is it right here. North, here's Tulsa for you for perspective. Tulsa's to the south of that tornado that just kind of skirted off towards the north. So confirmed tornado on the ground. They've extended the warning. So if you're in any of these communities now, Collinsville, back towards Oswego, this is heading in your general direction. Does have 1-inch hail, but this tornado has been observed, likely by a spotter. It also has been confirmed on the radar. So here we are. This is likely it. There's our debris ball, meaning that there's debris that's being lifted and lofted into the air, likely wrapping into these winds that are rotating, and that's pushing off towards the north and east. So a couple of communities here that we're watching that are under this tornado warning that has been extended in western parts of Oklahoma. Here's
NWS
Turley.
Tulsa is reporting that they can see power flashes from their office, so we know this tornado is still currently
Active.
causing damage.
Okay. So you just heard that. That was Sam. Thank you, Sam, back in Weather Command, kind of walking us through what she's seeing on the National Weather Service side as they're issuing out information too. They are actively seeing power lines that are still flashing, likely from this tornado that's on the ground. So it is still causing damage. It's getting ready to move across a highway or a state road, I should say. Now to the east of Turley. Here's our debris ball. There's our state road. So it's really in the curve of that as it's getting ready to push into this direction here. Just moved over the city of Turley. So there's a lot of communities there, residential. Here's Fox 25. We're getting some images coming in from our affiliates down there, Oklahoma City, Fox 25. They're likely on a back road. It looks like they're trying to get into this storm, kind of punch into this storm. So we'll see how close they get to the storm doing so safely. You know, these are trained journalists and trained meteorologists who are able to track the storm in real time. Looks like things are going to be very active, at least through the latter half of tonight. This is only the very beginning. We have our confirmed tornado warning up north of Tulsa. Tulsa still included. We're going to continue to watch this very closely as we go into the next couple of hours. We're tracking severe weather. It's spanning from Texas all the way up to Wisconsin. Dangerous tornadoes and hail continue to be possible through tonight. We're going to bring you the very latest as we're tracking it all night long. Make sure to keep it here to Fox Weather. The severe weather. Fox Weather's Steve Bender actually had a chance to speak to a Florida resident who had a decision to protect his home when it came to losing power. Take a listen.
Hurricane Ian. We lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, you know, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're gonna take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that at 22 kW, we'd run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. Having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning. Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house.
I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a 2-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called SelectQuote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to SelectQuote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
You could save 50% or more by calling SelectQuote now. 800-240-4200.
We got a tornado on the ground, guys. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good.
Breaking tonight, severe storm slamming the south. This was a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma, about 30 miles south and west of Tulsa. And that storm cell, well, it's still rumbling through right now north of the city. We take you live now where we've been watching the storm kind of take shape. This is courtesy of Fox 25 in Oklahoma City. They are out and about on the ground tracking this storm as it has been a confirmed tornado. Still the confirmed tornado warning in place till about 7 p.m. local time. From Oklahoma City's camera there to Tulsa, Fox 23, we have another vantage point where we have a lot of heavy rain that's just slamming through. You can see the lightning off into the distance. It is still a very active scene. And we're getting into the part of the evening where we forecasted that this would likely play out. We're along a dry line. We have a lot of storm energy, the two of which are working together, and these storms are tapping into both. They're triggered by the dry line, they're tapping into the energy, and boom, we have a confirmed tornado that takes shape. You had the image that we just showed you there. That's still a part of this confirmed tornado warning that's up along the alert system right now. So we're getting into the portion of the evening where we knew this could be the case, right? And thankfully, I haven't seen a lot of folks out on the roads. They're kind of heeding to the warnings. They're getting safe. They're getting into a safe place. We were told that the Tulsa International Airport there had to shelter in place because of this warning that's in place here too. Notice how expansive this is. We had a couple of tornadoes earlier today in Michigan. We are starting to see a couple of storms pop up here in Iowa back towards northern Missouri. This is where most of our activity is at the moment. So there's so many different elements and so many different areas that are being impacted by this storm system that we're kind of watching take shape. We're going to dive into a couple of them. Let's get closer to that cluster that we're watching where we have that confirmed tornado warning. Now about north of Tulsa, looks like Tulsa may be out of the warning itself, but there is still a confirmed tornado warning that's issued for areas to the north and east, just outside of that I-44 corridor. 1-inch hail being observed, but this is where we had that tornado that we showed you images of at the top of the show. So looking at some of the rotation, it's becoming a little bit more broad, about closer towards Collinsville. A lot of heavy rain. Notice that we still have moderate rotation, that, or at least a history of it as it pushes in that direction. We did drop the debris ball, so thankfully there was a history of it. You can see it right over Turley. Wouldn't be surprised if we start getting images of some of that debris or storm, damage within the hour from Turley, because that's where we really saw a defined debris ball. Now it's a little bit more wide and broadened out closer towards Collinsville and along, State Highway 20. So we'll see how things kind of play out. This particular storm had a history of pulsing. And at one point was a confirmed tornado warning about an hour and a half ago, way to the south of Tulsa. It was once again a confirmed tornado warning north of Tulsa. Here's that overall history where it started all the way as far south, even far south of Bristol. So that rotation stretches more than 60 miles to the north, and it's still ongoing, getting ready to move across that state highway and eventually closer to an area like Chelsea. That being said, it just kind of speaks to how volatile the atmosphere is right now. I mean, you can see all of the lightning in place, all of the heavy rain. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to watch this severe thunderstorm warning too, as it's kind of taking some type of shape there. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a tornado possible tag to it. We're getting close here. Let's see. Yep, so there it is, that tornado possible tag right there. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Sand Springs actually was a part of that initial confirmed tornado warning. So get ready. Yet another severe thunderstorm warning pushing in from south to north across the city. This has that tornado possible tag to it. So have that plan in place. If you've exited your basement, just be ready to go back into the basement, because this could definitely turn into a tornado once again, pushing in from south over that body of water into Sand Springs, and then eventually probably doing a very similar path like the one ahead of it and moving just to the north of Tulsa. We'll see. It hasn't gotten there yet, but just giving you that heads up that this is a severe thunderstorm warning that could turn into a tornado warning very quickly. So we'll watch it closely. This has been a volatile area. West parts of Oklahoma, Tulsa, unfortunately, has been surrounded by these severe thunderstorms and this tornado warning to the north of it. And then we have one a little farther to the south. Is this a new one, Sam?
Yeah, this is the one that went over I-40.
Okay, so this one is still holding true. This one moved over I-40 and is still in place until about 7 p.m. local time. Creek is one of the communities under this. Here's that rotation right there, pushing in this general direction. And we'll see how long it lasts, whether or not they extend it or not. Doesn't look like they extended it, but there is some history of rotation there. Low overall, a lot of the rain to the north of where that rotation is, so it wouldn't be rain wrapped by any means. But this is also an area that has seen, some rotation picking up on the radar. This has still been our bigger troublemaker, that confirmed warning that's still active at the moment, and it's pushing north and east. It's getting ready to crisscross. It looks like Highway 169. Collinsville, be ready, as this is our rotation right here. No debris ball just yet. Maybe, is there something popping up north of Collinsville? That might be it right there. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if a debris ball pops back up once again. But there's still some rotation in this. It's still right in between Collinsville and Owasso. So this is where I think you'll have to watch this moving in. Collinsville, just keep a close eye, get to your safe place. It's been a really active night. The environment is volatile. There's a lot of storm energy still that's in place. We really didn't see a break since we've gotten off the air, or since Ian has left at the 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock hour. Things have been active since then. So we're now getting into the bulk of the night. We still have that coverage well into later tonight with Ari Sarsalari joining us within the half hour or so, trying to kind of capture and bring you the very latest well up into the end of this event. We're with you through the entirety of, this severe weather that we're watching play out. But here we are. We have that confirmed tornado warning, 7:30 Central Time, so 7:30 local time, pushing in from south to west. On the heels of that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag to it. Sand Springs pushing in very close to Tulsa once again, getting too close for comfort. Tulsa isn't yet in this warning. Tulsa, the city, it looks like the county may be there as this pushes in. And it has a little bit of that hook echo trying to take shape. It looks like it's over Oakhurst right now. I think we have a shot from Fox 25, so let's take a look here. Fox 25, Oklahoma City. You're looking at, the images of the storm off into the distance. If you need those live updates, we have them there for you. Scan our QR code to get the live updates all throughout the evening time. You can hear the latest on who's seeing what reports coming through, what type of hail, how big the hail is, if there's a tornado in your community from Michigan down through Texas. That's where you want to get your live updates. You want to scan that QR code there. This is a storm that we're currently watching courtesy of Fox 25 Oklahoma City. They're in the thick of it. You see all that heavy rain pouring through, slick conditions out there, dark skies, the belly of the storm kind of pushing in. So Oklahoma City itself isn't seeing these storms, but we have our crews out there, our affiliates, moving just closer to Tulsa along that I-44 corridor where most of the activity has been through the course of tonight. I'm noticing all this lightning that's popping up. Fox 23 in Tulsa, they must be on this one of these two storms that we've been watching. They're likely on this one. They were on this one earlier in the day, that confirmed tornado warning. And as it's pushing over Collinsville, let's see, Sam, if there's any rotation that's still been picking up on this one. Doesn't look like debris just yet, but you can still see the rotation here, that couplet taking shape. A little bit of moderate rotation along Highway 20 south of Collinsville. Maybe going to do something like this, so we'll watch it closely as it pushes north and east, see how it interacts with some of the storm energy in that portion of Oklahoma. But this has been one that has pulsed up and pulsed down and pulsed up and pulsed down. So we'll see if it has another opportunity to pulse up in there. I think there possibly could be, given that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and extended this confirmed tornado warning. You know, this has been one that has had a very long history of rotation, more than 30 miles actually of rotation. So we'll see how things kind of interact over the next hour or so. Oklahoma, a number of severe thunderstorms over you right now. We'll keep a close eye, but Fox Weather has you covered before, during, and even after the storm. And Fox Weather's Robert Ray is in America's heartland, keeping an eye on these storms as we get into the weekend. He took a moment to tell us how he's preparing to track these threats as we head into the latter half of the weekend.
Just landed here in Springfield, Missouri, and you just saw that picture and the sound of the flags already rustling through. We've got heavy winds moving across this part of the country, and that is why I just flew in here from Atlanta, and I'm going to be tracking these systems as they move across. Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin have already been out here giving those images last night of the lightning, incredible lightning, and unfortunately that tornado that touched down, killing 2 people, mother and daughter, in Oklahoma. So the situation is this. We are in a scenario where this is the beginning, right, of severe season. Weather can really amp up here. Heavy hail is expected in some areas. Baseball size hail, unfortunately. We could see tornadoes, spin up, straight line winds, all of this from Texas all the way into Michigan. But what we're expecting is the epicenter somewhere in Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, possibly. And that is what we are tracking right now. In fact, what we're calling this is Fox Weather SWAT, and that is Severe Weather Advanced Tracking, with Brandon and Corey actually chasing these potential storms that come up, and then I will stay in the peripheral and watch this and go into a community or an area that is affected by these storms. We hope it doesn't happen, but that is the game plan, the strategy here on the ground for Fox Weather tonight and into tomorrow on Saturday. But I'm reminded at how serious all of these storms can be, especially this time of year. It's the beginning, right, of severe weather season. This is my 3rd decade out tracking storms like this. And you know, I just remember last year even, Lake City, Arkansas, just terrible devastation that we saw in that area with vehicles overturned, homes destroyed. Every year in the beginning of March is when we start to see the severe weather come into play. And again, that is tornadoes, straight line winds, large hail, heavy thunderstorms, and it's just a reminder certainly that you need to be on guard and understand what could happen in your community. So the Fox Weather SWAT team, Severe Weather Advanced Tracking, that includes right now, at least myself out here in the peripheral, and of course Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin on the front lines right now, chasing these storms as they will develop. We are expecting this to get potentially dicey tonight into tomorrow morning, and we'll keep you updated. But in the meantime, I am reporting from Springfield, Missouri, where I'm going to gather my supplies and watch our forecasts from New York City and our Severe Weather Presentation Center, and watch the chasers out there, and then move in to wherever is affected. I hope nowhere, but that is the game plan right now, the strategy. Reporting in Springfield, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Boots will be on the ground with this storm coverage all throughout the weekend, all throughout tonight. We leave you with a look at Tulsa, where we have storms that are rumbling through. We're with you before, during, and after the storm. Keep it here to Fox Weather. We'll be right back after this break.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, Jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi bath remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Hey.
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi bath remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. We are starting off tonight with severe weather in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We have a confirmed tornado that's in place right now. You'll notice all the rain, the lightning taking over the screen. Tulsa has been in the threat of seeing severe storms really through the latter half of tonight. Here we go with yet another opportunity for a confirmed tornado close to the city. You have all this heavy rain, slick conditions as we're watching this play out. We have a lot of our images, boots on the ground, Fox 23 there in Tulsa, giving us some vantage points of all of this rain that's been pouring through. From there to an area like Oklahoma City, where we also have an affiliate that has been showing us images too. Shout out to our affiliates out there in the elements, giving us the ground truth, breaking down visually what we're seeing here on the radar. So it has been really active, and you're noticing all of that lightning off into the distance. This is an area that has had a lot of storm energy through the course of today. And now as we're getting into the thick of tonight, we were expecting to see tornadoes right along this dry line. Our dry line doing something like this And we also have a lot of storm energy ahead of it. So right in between, we're seeing this clash, and that's where it's playing out in terms of our warnings that we've been watching play out. We have that confirmed tornado warning. Let's get into it here, where it's just to the north and about east of Tulsa. Hasn't yet crisscrossed the I-44 corridor, but it's working its way across the Highway 169. This is in place until 7:30 Central Time, so local time. Rogers County under this too, where we've been watching this try to tighten up once again. It has been this one tornado warning that has had a history of rotation, more than 60 miles long. So here we go again. It has pulsed up, and we're watching that rotation kind of tighten up as it moves closer to Olaga. As it pushes south of about there, State Highway 88, we'll watch you closely. There's our couplet that's taking shape. Elba back towards Seja. That's where we have a debris ball that has started to pop up. So we lost that debris ball for just a slight moment. Now it's pulsing back up. So that means the rotation is tightening up once again. And this is what has been lofting a lot of debris into the air. It looks like this has become a little bit more rural, closer to Alba. So that's some good news here. It looks like more open field. But here's our debris ball moving in that north and east direction. So get ready for yet another opportunity of seeing a confirmed tornado on the ground. It has been the case several times this evening already. A couple of communities that are next in line. You have Elba, Chelsea, Edgewater, Acres, and eventually out towards Cattail. Those are going to be the places as this pushes into that north and east direction that will be next in terms of feeling these impacts, in terms of feeling a confirmed tornado courtesy of radar. So having seen it on the ground once again, courtesy of our trackers, but radar has picked up on the debris, the rotation, as well as even just seeing how this had the history of the storm in itself. There's the rotation. For the first time tonight, we are actually seeing extreme pop up in that rotation. That's that yellow diamond there that you see right in the middle. So now it has gotten to a really strong phase in terms of tornadic activity. That rotation starting to pop up here on the radar. Elba, Edgewater Acres, Seja, please get into a safe place because this isn't too far to the south and west of you. And it's been moving at a fast clip. We've watched this actually move in from south of Tulsa. That's how quickly and how far this has extended. Look at that path of rotation. Sam, let's actually go ahead and measure it because I think last time we measured it, it was around 63 miles. So I'm curious to see now from the start of where this rotation picked up about north of Bristol to where it is close to Seja, how far that is. So about 67 miles of some history of rotation. That goes to speak to how volatile the atmosphere is, right? It's still holding on after each and every pulse. Moved just about north of Tulsa, didn't really touch the city in itself, but now we're getting to really strong peaks in terms of the rotation. So this is going to be a long haul, really. We're going to continue our coverage well throughout tonight. We have several different affiliates that we're watching. You can see one of their shots below me, all of the lightning kind of pulsing through, lighting up the sky there. Looking north of along, Agla, back towards Jamestown, that's the direction that this is pulling into. And then on the hills of that, we have yet another tornado warning, a little bit farther south and off towards the south of the I-44 corridor, as opposed to the one to the north. But here's some of the cities that are in this. So we have Dentonville, Beggs, back towards Tuskegee. This is a rotation. It's a bit more broad. Not too much in terms of a history either. It was some rotational history back towards Tuskegee. Hasn't yet trailed off to the north yet in Daytonville, but we'll see how things kind of play out for tonight. It's hugging that I-44 corridor, so we'll see if it skirts just to the south of that, something like this, or if it wants to take more of a path like this. Still, both of which eerily important, as the interstate is definitely a big place that we don't want any type of a rotating storm to kind of pass through. And then as we kind of zone out bigger, you'll notice how expansive our storm threat is for tonight. You have parts of Missouri under this. I think this is where we actually could start to see, yep, Sam and I are on the same page here. This is where we could start to see some of our newer severe thunderstorm warnings popping up. So this is now, we're getting closer to that cold front. You'll notice the clash in the air mass. There's snow over an area like Columbus, but as you head down towards Beatrice, we have those severe storms that are moving through with hail coming in about 2 inches in diameter. So Several different things playing out. Lincoln, get ready for it. It's heading into your direction. We'll look at this severe thunderstorm warning to the south first. 1-inch hail, winds sub-severe, coming in less than 50 miles per hour. But still, you know, we're in the very beginning stages here. Cold front's going to come crashing through. That's going to kind of set the stage, trigger more of those storms heading into tonight. Plymouth, back towards Beatrice, you have a couple of sails over you. Thankfully, they're not tornado warned, but definitely dropping some pretty significant hail, about 1 inch in diameter, getting close to about a little bigger than a quarter, maybe closer to golf ball size soon. We'll watch that closely. Then you have the warm front. There's so many different levels that we're watching play out. Warm front has been moving over parts of Michigan. A couple of severe storms that have popped up in central Michigan, getting close to Flint. So we watched this storm move from Lansing over to Flint. Tornado possible tag. Oh wait, this is this one. Tornado possible tag to it here along the I-94 corridor. 60-mile-per-hour winds already being picked up there too, and there is 3/4 of an inch of hail. So tail end of this has really seen some pretty significant winds and hail. Want to take you back to Tulsa though. This is a look at where we have that confirmed tornado warning. So the severe weather outbreak, if you're just tuning in, you want to get caught up to speed, we have live updates here. You can scan that QR code, giving you the very latest of what tornado watches or warnings or damage has popped into our system as we kind of dive into the latest with what's happening here on the radar. So we have a southern tail of this that's out towards Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's where we currently have not only our tornado watch, but also a confirmed tornado warning just north of the city. And then we have the northern tail of this where we've been watching back towards about Michigan, the Great Lakes, over parts of Iowa and Indiana closely for more opportunities of storms. So here we are with our severe thunderstorm warnings. This is from Michigan. Earlier in the day in Michigan, we actually had a tornado that was captured on camera. So Michigan has had a full day of severe weather. And here we are going into the evening, a tornado possible tag to that one here south of about Kalamazoo along the I-80 corridor. Look at the history. So from about South Bend up into about Marshall, we had a tornado report history. So that just shows you, you know, even these storms have been tornadic this far north. And we're also watching that play out a little farther to the south. That was the case earlier today. You zone out, look at the big picture of how expansive this is from the mitten of Michigan, Milwaukee, Kansas City, Tulsa, Dallas, so many big cities. The intensity happens to fall right into here. So National Weather Service, Storm Prediction Center, they were on the money with that. That is where we have seen the majority of our confirmed tornadoes today. We could see more into this zone by tonight. We do have our very own, you know, Ari Sarsalari joining us later this evening to kind of capture that into the midnight time frame. This is also an area that is still under a tornado watch. And that goes up into past the midnight hour, actually. So let's kind of see, there's two pockets that we were watching. Northern half continues until about 1 a.m. local time. That's from Missouri back towards about Iowa. Southern half until about 10 p.m. local time. That's Oklahoma down through about Texas. So two different areas that we're watching very closely for two different reasons. We have a dry line here. We have a cold front here, both of which are going to trigger those storms. So that's why we have two different zones that we're watching, because one could initiate a little bit later than the other. This is actually playing out right now. So that's where we've been seeing most of our activity so far today. As we look at some of the storm energy, it is starting to wane a bit. Thankfully, we would need it to wane right around here in that dry line. That's what's triggering a lot of these storms here. But then we have this cold front that's going to come moving through. And hopefully all of this energy starts to dissipate before it can really tap in and trigger those storms. So that's the overall setup. Here's where we stand right now. Looks like we dropped the confirmed tornado warning for now. And I say that because that has been the case through today. That has been the pattern through today. We see this tornado kind of pulse up, and then we watch it drop back down a bit and calm down, and it pulses up again, and it drops back down. So right now we're in that lull phase, if you will, where we still have the opportunity of seeing a tornado. The ingredients are still there. The rotation is still there. But as we head into later, maybe the next half hour or so, we could certainly see another pulse up, and this could strengthen once again. So Chelsea, back towards Big Cabin, just keep a close eye on that. Definitely scan the QR code that we have up on our screen from time to time to kind of walk you through the live updates. And we'll continue to watch how this continues to unfold through this evening. We're going to take a quick break for a moment, but We are going to be diving into the very latest. We bring you a live shot of Wellington, Kansas. This is courtesy of our exclusive storm tracker, Corey Gherkin, who is out in the field trying to get the lay of the land, trying to get to the latest of those storms a little farther to the north. We'll see how things are shaping up for our storm trackers after this quick break.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Where's your pain?
Right here.
Right here.
Both knees.
Take on the pain with CopperFit Mobilizer, the next generation in compression technology. Hyper advanced compression sleeves with built-in blue infrared fibers for even faster recovery and pain relief.
You feel good, you play good. And this CopperFit Mobilizer, I guarantee you is going to be the reason why you see me on that field. You can book it, you can write the check, you can take it to the bank, and I guarantee you it'll cash.
Powered by LumaCore, blue infrared fibers woven into compression fabric. Increase circulation to reduce inflammation for faster recovery and pain relief. Two powerful technologies combined to create the next generation in compression technology.
The CopperFit Mobilizer works. It's perfect. It's giving you mobility. Literally, mobility is in the name.
Breathable comfort compression. Available with HyperFlex side stabilizers for more power and control.
It's more than just a compression sleeve. Having the compression and the LumaCore technology, which sounds so futuristic, but yet it's here. And it's really cool that CopperFit was the one to create it. I would definitely recommend it to anybody to give it a try who has pain.
Unleash your inner power to do more, play more, live more, and feel the energy with CopperFit Mobilizer.
Money doesn't sleep, bills don't sleep. So you got to get up and go to work. The CopperFit Mobilizer was support without feeling like it was tight. I can't explain the technology behind it. All I know is that it's working.
Get your CopperFit Mobilizer now at mobilizer.com for only $39.99. Order now and save 25% when you buy two. Plus, your shipping is free.
It's working for me, it's going to work for you.
It helps 100%.
I wouldn't be standing here if this didn't actually change my life.
Get on this right now. With this LumaCore technology, it's brought it to the next level. It's absolutely amazing. This really works.
Get yours now at mobilizer.com. That's mobilizer.com.
Well, welcome back into Fox Weather. We take you to Tulsa, where we are looking at storms that have been firing up through the course of tonight. We did have a couple of tornado warnings over Tulsa. That has since passed. A lot of those warnings just to the north of the city now, but you could see the lightning hanging strong across the city. We have our affiliates there, Fox 23 in Tulsa, capturing all of the heavy rain that has been pouring through. Looks like they're heading possibly to a scene. I can see police lights off into the distance. We'll keep a close eye on what they're getting into and the latest details that they're tapping into there across parts of Tulsa. You can see the storms just continuing to usher up lightning across the city. Here's where those storms are. As we get through the latter half of this evening, we've been starting to see reports filter in following some of our stronger storms for today, from about Bristow all the way up to about Claremont. Over Tulsa, by the way, about 55 miles of a stretch where we had a tornado that possibly was on the ground for the entirety of the time. We know that there were moments where we had confirmed spotters that have confirmed it, but 55 miles that possibly we had a tornado active. Now, as we look at how things are right now, tornado warnings still continue to be active across parts of eastern Oklahoma. We have cities like Chelsea under one, as well as back towards Agala. The rotation's a little bit more broad now, but they've expanded it a bit. It looks like it hung over some of that water that's in place, maybe a body of water here, maybe a quick lake or river. This is pushing north now, heading towards Chelsea. Moderate rotation. So here we go again, where we've seen this particular cell with a history of rotation that stretches over 60 miles. It's still ushering up that rotation even at this hour and is pushing close to that I-44 corridor once again. We'll watch areas like Chelsea, Big Cabin, back towards an area like Adair as well. That's with the particular storm to the north. Another cell to the south. This is in place until 7:45 Central Time too. Rotation looks to be a little bit more defined here. It's just off towards the east of Beggs, south of Mounds. Moderate rotation. We'll see if this hangs on. It looks like it's just a tornado warning for now. So if you're in this area, kind of get to your safe place, stay there until that warning lets up. This one's going to slide south of the I-44 corridor and push off towards the north. So all these storms moving in this general direction, but the I-45 corridor is right in the middle. So that's going to be our problem zone right now. Thankfully, it looks like Tulsa, you may be out of the worst of it, the thick of it, but we'll keep a close eye, see if any other storms back towards the south kind of amps up and heads your way. We're going to watch things closely over the next hour or so. Now, Texas and the Southern Plains have been getting hammered with all of this rain, all of these storms that we've been watching play out this week. It's been a multi-day severe weather threat that has taken shape. And unfortunately, it doesn't stop this week. We actually have another round of storms in play once again next week. So this is courtesy of Corey Gherkin. He captured these images for us with the storms just yesterday. Today's another day where we have that 3 out of 4 threat. We watch it again play out for tomorrow. But as we look forward into about the second week of March, here we are again, a huge expansion of the country that's under at least a level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Big cities, Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Dallas, San Antonio, will have a chance of seeing these storms. So we're pretty much in the rotation of seeing severe weather season getting started and getting started pretty strong. Here's the overall setup. So we have a huge dip in the jet stream, a strong jet that will allow for the instability to really be in place across the plains. Right along that, jet stream is where we have a different in wind direction with speed. So that would lead to deep wind shear that would support not only severe storms, but possibly, once again, the idea of rotation within these line of storms. There's a lot of moisture. It's coming in off of the Gulf. Similar to the setup that we've had this week, high pressure off the coast of the East Coast, kind of wrapping around all of that moisture. You'll notice our dew points are in the 60s, if not very close to 70 down towards Houston. So that's the fuel that's needed for these storms. We'll watch these cities closely both Tuesday and possibly even into Wednesday as it marches off towards the east, where the severe storms are going to be likely. Temperatures are another big factor in this, and we really warm up next week. Oklahoma City down through Austin, Texas, back towards Little Rock, all in the 80s. Kind of setting the stage for that severe weather that will unfold. So this is another one that we'll watch even into the middle of March. Well, last night, severe storms turned deadly when a mother and a daughter were both killed in western Oklahoma. A tornado tossed their van as they were driving. Now, daylight does reveal the extent of the damage, but the lingering damage to the family who has been impacted, well, that runs deeper. We have Jacob Zont joining us now, and Jacob is the brother of the mother and the uncle of the daughter who were tragically lost their lives in this storm. Jacob, I want to thank you for joining us. First and foremost, we are so sorry for your loss. From your point of view, could you walk us through what happened last night? What happened through the bulk of the storms?
So at around 9:30, I got a call from my brother, who was in contact with my brother-in-law. And he let me know that my sister and niece had passed away. And then we coordinated efforts to contact the rest of our family and let them know what had happened. It was a very tragic and terrible accident. My sister, Jody, was driving home from Fairview, trying to get home to her other 2 children who were at home. They were on a phone call with my other nephew and niece, letting them know they needed to take cover because the tornado was coming. And while she was on the phone with my other niece, Lexi screamed, and then the phone was disconnected. And it's at that time that the tornado had lifted their car up and thrown it into a field, and they were both killed at that time. So I've been talking with a lot of my family and friends and churchgoers, letting them know of this tragedy. You know, my sister Jody was a beautiful mother. She had 8 children. And she was loved by everyone in her community. She worked hard at the local school. Her children were in the band. She loved Oklahoma. I'm here in Utah, and so they moved away a few years back, and so we've missed them during that whole time. But luckily, I've been able to keep in contact with them as they've lived in Oklahoma. They've came and visited with us, and actually just spoke with her 3 days ago on the phone. So I'm glad I had that opportunity to talk to her.
I can only imagine. My heart goes out to you and your family. This is a very sensitive, very hard time. I know you spoke a lot about your sister, Jody, but tell us a little bit about your niece, Lexi, because she was also, you know, involved in that car. And just tell us about her presence, how she was as a person.
She was a beautiful young lady. She was quiet, reserved, and she was at Jody's hip all the time. They loved each other, and she was also in the band, and she was the youngest out of all the children, and I just felt like she had the sweetest spirit, just like my sister Jody did. And she'll be deeply missed by her family and friends and neighbors. It's just an extremely tragic accident. But I know that my sister, she had a deep faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. And we know that she met him that night as she passed away. And I know if she were here, she would probably say also that it was meant to be. And so we'll see her again someday. But for now, it's just a see you later.
Absolutely.
And we love them both.
Absolutely. And I know that your heart is so big at this moment for both Jody and Lexi. Tell us about the community. Have they shown you guys support? How have they been, you know, supporting the family? How has the family been leaning on one another at this time? And what has that support meant for you all?
So we've been communicating a lot the past 24 hours. We've made sure that everyone knew what had happened, and we've been supporting each other a lot. I actually had some friends who live in Oklahoma, about an hour away from my sister, and I asked them to go visit, and they did. They were able to go make sure that David, her husband, was doing okay. And they said that there was a lot of people who have come around from the neighboring community, as well as their church and the school. And so the house was full of people. There was enough food for everybody to eat for days on end as people brought food. It looked like there was a huge outpouring of love and support for my sister and her daughter and my brother-in-law. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate all the support that they've received so far. And they're going to need a lot more support as time goes on, as they make it through this terrible tragedy.
Absolutely. I'm glad that the community has been there and your family. Please know that our hearts here at Fox Weather go out to you and your family as you all continue to navigate this incredibly difficult time. Jacob, I want to thank you for joining us. We appreciate you telling us your story tonight. And of course, our hearts are with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that you guys are willing to have this be a story so that the whole country can see how great she was.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees lost revenue, a late night, and work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has the experience to handle whatever comes his way and has Grainger on his side, offering access to technical product specialists and the scale to deliver fast, so he can keep his business in gear and always moving forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Iran has hit cities across Israel with a massive attack. There are rockets and drones that are hitting our schools, our homes, our synagogues. I'm Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, and we urgently need your response now to help bring emergency food, shelter, and life-saving supplies.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has emergency teams across the front lines of Israel's war for survival. Call now to give your gift of $45 and help provide food, shelter, and life-saving supplies. It's your prayers and gifts that give hope and comfort to Israel and the Jewish people.
The Fellowship is a Bible-believing ministry, and we desperately need tens of thousands of faithful believers to answer this call for help now.
Call, scan, or go online now to stand with Israel.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to JacuzziBathRemodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to JacuzziBathRemodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
We got a tornado on the ground, guys. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good.
Breaking tonight, a confirmed tornado caught on camera ripping through parts of Oklahoma. This was captured about 30 miles south and west of Tulsa, where we've had a number of confirmed tornado warnings due tonight. This tracker confirmed it for us in real time. So that storm looks like it has definitely done some damage. We have started to see some reports filter into us here at Fox Weather. It has been a long night, and I want to welcome you back into Fox Weather Live. I'm Kiana Lewis. With me this evening, I also have Ari Sarsalari to kind of tag team on these storms. Ari, it got really active tonight there in Tulsa.
It did. I mean, we started with the Michigan tornado, which was totally unexpected, just a rogue storm, and that's probably going to end up being a high-end tornado, some incredible damage up there. Union City and Three Bridges, those were the towns that got hit. And then the storm we were just looking at in Oklahoma, you know, when we saw it farther to the southwest of Tulsa, I remember we were behind the scenes, we flagged it in our Slack, and we were like, hey, that's kind of headed toward Tulsa. Like, we don't know for sure whether it's going to hold together or not. And it did. We have an actual confirmed tornado that moved through the north side of Tulsa. It didn't hit downtown, but it hit the north side of town. Unclear as to how strong it was, but we could see it on radar. And then that cell just continued producing farther toward the north and east. That one looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the rotation is weakened on it, but we've got a new one that's farther south where we have a confirmed tornado now.
Yes, this one's picking up a little bit of speed south of Tulsa, south of the I-44 corridor. You can see the couplet trying to get itself together. Not too much in the way of debris. It may be a debris ball.
Yeah,
that just
I think
popped
there
up
was.
there, right there, over 75. So there it is. And, you know, this one has a history now of some type of rotation, too. The first one had a history of rotation over 60 miles.
You know, it seems like there's some kind of environment in place along that I-44 corridor. So this storm wasn't producing a tornado, starts to get a little bit farther toward the north, and all of a sudden it's producing a tornado, right? A little bit of extra spin in the air. The other thing we've been seeing is these things called cell mergers, where you have the original supercell that comes up, and then another cell kind of runs into it. It comes in from the southeast side of it, and that creates a little bit of extra spin. Not seeing any extra cells down here with this one, but you know, the bottom line is that we know there's a tornado on the ground, and all the storms have been showing up like this, where they have like multiple hook echoes, it seems like.
Yep.
And then sometimes one will take over. So yeah, this is the leftovers of the actual cell, that produced the tornado down in Tulsa. Look at that.
still tornado warned until 7:45 local time over Chelsea right now. Just about north of Chelsea is where that rotation's picking up on the radar. But there's our rotation, still looking at an extended history there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at the velocity data, let's go back to that, Sam, for a second. I'm curious to look at it. Yeah, I mean, you see some greens and reds close to each other, you know, indicating that there's some kind of broad rotation. It doesn't look anything like it looked like earlier. It looks like, you know, at least for now, the rotation is weakened quite a bit. We'll still treat that as if there's a tornado down because it's starting to get farther away from the radar. So Chelsea, Oklahoma definitely need to be in your safe space right now. Again, this is just northwest of I-44. And you get farther up toward the northeast, and we'll see how it holds together.
And Ari, I just want to let folks know, if you're tuning in, we do have our QR code on the screen for you there. You can scan it now. That actually gives you a live blog. You're getting in on all of the live updates. You heard Ari kind of mention behind the scenes, we're getting in on information that's coming in. That's then being issued out to our live blog for you guys to see there too. So just another element that is at the hands of your disposal that you can track these storms with us here at Fox Weather.
So we got a couple different clusters of storms today. We knew this was going to be a messy kind of day where we were going to have different types of storms going on in different parts of the country. It's a huge area that's affected, though. It looks like, apart from the rogue Michigan supercell, the farthest toward the south, this cluster of storms, it's moving through Oklahoma and southeast Kansas right now into Missouri. That's the one that probably has the highest chance of producing a couple of tornadoes. Now, it's not to say we couldn't see tornadoes in these other clusters of storms. There have been some reports of 2-inch diameter hail here west of Omaha. And then, of course, we have the line of storms that's moving through parts of the Great Lakes. We'll go to that in a minute. But look at these storms.
Yeah.
They're not as big. They're not rotating as much. And you can see some, I mean, you can see some mixed precip on the backside of it. So this is the cold front. There's a huge clash of air masses here, and all these reports of hail anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter so far.
Yeah, and I was reading the discussion before my show where they mentioned that this would be on the second half of the night. So this would kind of take ownership as we kind of see things wind down to the south. I'm not surprised by that. We're starting to see some of those storms kind of trigger, as you mentioned, along the cold front where we have that clash of the air masses. But to your point, I think this is where we have a better chance of seeing more significant hail. And we knew that we could see hail up to 2 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
So that's going to be, I think, where we see that kind of play out.
Some of the, you know, more decent-sized cities around here are getting peppered with some of these storms. I mean, we just saw there's a storm literally in Lincoln right now that's going to ride up I-80 and probably hit Omaha within the next hour, hour and a half or so. And then we've got a cluster of storms that's basically it's got Des Moines surrounded from the west. So, you know, you're definitely going to get some rain, maybe some hail up there in the next half an hour or so, something to keep in mind. And then look at this. I mean, listen, it was southwestern Michigan here, not far from the border with Indiana, where we had the supercell tornado earlier. That's going to be a huge story over the next several days with the amount of damage that it caused. There it was, just one little supercell, and it just caught itself along a boundary, and it spun like crazy. It looks like it was going to be a high end.
And I want to pick your brain on this because it is, you and I were talking about this off screen, the fact that this is kind of a rare scenario. The lake, parts of it, still likely frozen. And here we are seeing severe weather take ownership.
There's a little town here called Union City, and I believe it's the LSR in the middle, maybe the one on the right. We'll see. No, that was Three Rivers. Okay, so this is Union City. But if you zoom in on that and maybe take the radar off, you can if you want to, Sam. It's okay if you don't. But the point is there's a lake in town. It's called the Union Lake, and it still had ice on it. You're seeing some of these videos of the tornado, just this massive wedge tornado just tearing things up. And it was probably even picking up some of the ice off of the lake. Yeah, here's the lake right here. And there was some especially bad damage on the northwest side of the lake. I've seen some drone video floating around on social media. So, you know, there are some reports that there may have been some fatalities. Just looking on social media, people were listening to scanner traffic. I don't believe we've confirmed anything yet here at Fox. So we'll keep you updated with that. But that's going to be a big, big story.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. I mean, the damage just looked prolific when we had it. We talked to someone actually who captured it. Her name was Lindsay. Ian had a chance to talk to her, but you know, she just kind of talked about going through it. She was driving and she saw the debris before she even saw the tornado in itself.
Yeah.
So that's scary too, coming in out of, you know, parts of Michigan.
It was a huge tornado. I mean, a lot of people think that you have to be within the actual condensation funnel to be affected by it. But when you see these things in action, you see some of the like higher resolution videos that we have nowadays, the debris field is just huge on them. There's just debris flying everywhere. And, you know, the reason that I wanted to talk about this line of storms up here is because for some of those areas that are still going through search and rescue and all that stuff right now, there's another batch of storms that's rolling through. The tornado threat with this one's going to be overall lower, but we could see some damaging wind. I don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings along it right now.
Yeah. They kind of pulsed down over the last maybe half hour.
Yeah.
There were a couple that were hugging this line, maybe earlier, closer to about the 8 o'clock hour. So likely seeing it kind of calm down a bit.
Yeah, I would imagine there's probably some 40+ mile per hour wind gusts within that line. But yeah, there's Three Rivers, one of the spots that got hit, and it just moved up toward the northeast and ended up out toward Union, Girard up there, a little bit west of Burlington. That's where Union City is, along Highway 60 there in southern Michigan. So again, go to the wide view here just to show you the overview. We're not done yet. We've got several hours to go. I'll be on from 9 to midnight following this stuff. And look, it's just one of those days. I mean, we knew that Friday was going to be the big day. The big piece of energy is coming through. And we've got all these different types of storms, challenging to cover it, you know, because there's so much going on.
And so many different elements that are playing out, too. I think I'm hearing in my ear that we have our affiliates, Fox 23 Tulsa, up on the screen. So let's kind of take a look and analyze. They have, you know, their boots on the ground. They've been in the storms through the course of tonight. Tornado warnings are still active across parts of Oklahoma, and you can see why. Heavy rain is still pouring in. From time to time, you even see some lightning kind of take shape.
Oh, I thought we were going out to them. My fault. I thought we were taking their live feed. So there's obviously going to be some more storms around. Now, the worst of the storms are through Tulsa, okay? So I would say your tornado threat is pretty much over at this point. It's going to be areas farther toward the east, up the I-44, up into parts of Missouri, that we'll have to watch through the overnight.
Right, and we have our live blog up on the screen here too. I know you mentioned you'll be here until midnight. This is an element that we are rolling out where you're able to screen, the viewer is able to screen the QR code. So if you happen to want to know the updates, they are at your fingertips. Scan the QR code there for you, and we'll roll those updates out, you know, time and time as they're coming in to us here.
It's really good. We just put this out pretty recently, and it's literally minute-by-minute updates. It's super detailed. We've got a lot of meteorologists behind the scenes that are working on it, so I'd highly recommend it if you want to follow the severe weather going on. So here we stand. This has been the most tornadic cluster of storms that we've had so far throughout the day, of course, apart from the rogue Michigan storm. But this is a nasty storm down here. So they took the confirmed tornado off this, Sam? Okay. So not confirmed anymore. But this is what I was talking about. The storms have had such an interesting shape today. Normally you see the hook echo, right? You got all the hail in the storm, and then you get the little hook like this, and you'd be looking into this part of the storm southeast of Bixby. But this particular storm has two different hooks.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of stuff like this, where there's one hook on the far southwest side of the storm and another one that's kind of on the southeast side of it, and they both rotate. So you got to watch them both very closely. And this one, it looks like it's southwest of Bixby, where the worst of it is. So just given the environment today, you know, I think when these tornado warnings come out, if they're just radar based, not like you shouldn't be doing this as is, but I know how it is for a lot of people that live in this part of the country. You get a lot of tornado warnings.
Well, look at the history. I think if anything, this should be something that, you know, sets your radar off, right? You see the history of this stretching over 30, nearly 40 miles. So it speaks to what you were saying, Ari, that these storms do have enough storm energy, enough to create tornadoes. And that's going to be the case going into the next hour or so, where we still have that tornado watch in place till about 10 p.m. local time. So we'll watch it closely, but these storms have definitely packed a punch so early in the season.
Look at I-44 north of Tulsa right now, just absolutely peppered with heavy thunderstorms that are going on.
Yeah.
I mean, just a huge amount of rain and lightning. You can see the tornado warnings there. Of course, this one that's farther up toward the north near Chelsea. Look at this, Sam. You want to take a quick peek at it on the velocities, because that's a heck of a hook on that storm.
South of Bowling.
It's got that look. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a tornado.
A little bit of a broad couplet.
Yeah. Much more broad than it was. That's always a good thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully that is the case going into the next couple of hours. We start to see things wind down. But we do have boots on the ground. We have our very own exclusive storm trackers. This is the shot at Corey Gherkin's shot, as he's still capturing a lot of the lightning that's taking shape across Kansas. We are in this for the long haul. We will get you through these storms through the course of this evening. We have coverage going up to about midnight. So keep it here to Fox Weather. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat, an orthopedic designed alloy support panel, and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
All right, breaking tonight, we have severe storms. They have been ripping across the south. We're still on the ground there, courtesy of our affiliates across Oklahoma, capturing the rain that has still been pouring through. Alert system up, a tornado warning also up on the board there too. So it has been very active. I want to thank you for joining us back in tonight to get the very latest as we track the latest storms that have been unfolding. We take it from this shot to the radar, where things have been active through the course of this evening. Ari, this has been a huge span that has been under severe weather today, but really the bulk of it has played out across parts of Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the rogue cell up in Michigan that produced an extremely violent tornado, which we can now report actually at least 3 deaths have been confirmed in that tornado up in Union City. Dozens were injured too. It was unbelievably bad up there, and we're going to talk more about that. But apart from that one particular cell that was way up in the northern tier, down here in Oklahoma has really been where all the tornadic activity has been so far, right? It's been in some cases north of I-44, in some cases a little bit south. Right now we have it looks like they're going to put a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm and probably discontinue the tornado warning, even though it's got a nice little hook on it right there. With a little donut hole.
Looks like they just dropped it, so we'll see what happens.
Wow.
But they have added a tornado possible to this warning.
Okay, so
there's still that possibility there.
That's right in the hook, and you've got the greens coming toward the radar, which is off to the west, and the reds going away. So, not as strong as we've seen in some of the other storms, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tornado warning back on that one pretty soon.
Yeah.
It's that kind of environment. So this is just north of I-44, by the way, and this is the same storm.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the storm that had started all the way back towards Bristol.
Yeah.
And that rotation history stretches, I'm sure now over 65, nearly 70 miles, but past north and off towards the west of Tulsa. So, you know, that has been one of the storms that we've watched. This is the video you were talking about, Ari, that has been confirmed now. 3 people have unfortunately died, and there's been dozens others that have been injured. And you can see that tornado, the early formations, the debris being lofted into the air before it totally took shape.
That's the roof of a Menards right there. And so that was in 3 Rivers. Now, obviously, that's really violent when you look at it. But there are other videos out there of a little bit further downstream when the storm moved farther toward the northeast into a town called Union City, where it appeared to be even more violent than this. But this should give you an idea. You don't always have to be within the thing that you see on TV, right? The condensation funnel. You don't have to be inside that to be affected by the tornado. That had a huge, huge wind field that was associated with it. Again, you know, this is going to be a huge story over the next few days. They're still doing search and rescue up there. Parts of Union City were absolutely leveled. And we've still got ice on some of the lakes. It's just such a unique situation and something that was really kind of unexpected. The storm basically set itself up right along the warm front out here, right? And it was highlighted as a marginal risk by the Storm Prediction Center. Every once in a while, you'll get a rogue storm that just kind of, it starts to crank and it starts to strengthen.
I think this one had a little bit of, you know, help with that southerly wind. We had warm temperatures today, warmer than, you know, we typically would. Yeah. And the two combined with the warm front really just enhanced the opportunity for, you know, some stronger storms. And to your point, some rotation attached to that. Here we go. We had, you know, 2 very significant tornadoes that played out.
Yeah, I mean, when you see a storm that attaches itself to a front sometimes and it'll like ride along the front, it really can maintain its strength and sometimes even strengthen more. That's just a very rare situation that we saw there. So the video you were just looking at where the roof of the Menards came off, that was in 3 Rivers. So this is down in southwestern Michigan. And then the storm moved toward the northeast and another tornado dropped up near Union City. I mean, it's possible it could have been on the ground the entire time. Yeah. The Weather Service will be busy surveying this over the next few days. And there's going to be a lot of talk about it because some of the damage that I've seen, especially around Union City, easily EF3 plus, possibly even higher than that. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an EF4 out of this one.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the video off camera just to kind of get on social what has been put out. And this is, you know, a reflection of that. Multiple tornadoes. This, I think, did really well. This is a new look of their outlook. So if you remember earlier this week, they put out, you know, this intensity round where we could see the most intense storms in certain areas, but this entire area has a chance of seeing tornadoes.
Yeah.
This is right on the outskirts.
They were definitely included in the area that could see some tornadoes. So it wasn't like a complete miss of the forecast, but still a little bit unexpected. I mean, there's no other way around it. Now, all these little dots that you see, those are storm reports from earlier. The line of storms that's moving through right now, that's the radar. That's like the current radar. No severe thunderstorm warnings along that, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like we've got 1 actually up in Michigan. But the point is the tornado threat is all but over, it appears, up in Michigan. But it's still got to be annoying. They're going through all the search and rescue, and you got another round of some nasty thunderstorms with gusty wind coming through.
Yeah, and I'm getting an update in my ear here that we now have confirmed 3 people that have died and 12 that have been injured so far. And to your point, they're still out there doing search and rescue. So this is going to be a story that I think we will continuously get updates through the course of the weekend, as we have a lot of severe weather still ahead of us for this weekend.
Yeah, we do. And next week is actually going to be pretty active, too. There's a big piece of energy coming out of the west. That's going to be farther toward the south. I don't imagine we'll see anything like this up in Michigan again or up near the Great Lakes anytime soon. But that is a historic tornado up there. I think it's going to be one of the strongest tornadoes that Michigan has ever seen. Just a rogue storm. I mean, really a terrible situation.
Of this.
It's a long path.
South of 3 Rivers all the way up to Athens. So it was really parallel to that highway too.
It was, yeah, Highway 60 up there. And that's a pretty rural area if you're not familiar with that area. A lot of lakes around. There was a lake right next to Union City. They've got a lake there in town that had ice on the lake. So the tornado was actually probably picking up some of the ice off the lake along with the debris. It's just such a unique situation and horrible for sure. 3 different clusters of storms right now, if you're just joining us. We've got one that's been producing some tornadic activity down in Oklahoma, starting to eject into Missouri pretty soon. So we'll have to watch those closely for rotation. There's another batch of some storms farther toward the north that have produced some big hail mostly.
Yeah, towards Iowa.
Kind of moving through Lincoln as we speak. And then we'll be moving up toward Omaha within the next hour and a half or so. And then, of course, we've got that line of storms that's moving through the southern Great Lakes, which may produce a few severe thunderstorms, but I think the tornado threat from here on out there is pretty low overall.
Yeah, if anything, I think we'll have some wind threats up there, but this is where we kind of shift our focus going into later tonight. Here's our cold front. So again, you're looking at a clash of, the air masses a bit. You have on the backside some freezing rain. And we take it back. I think this is Tulsa now that we have up on the screen, Ari. So we're still looking at, we still have a tornado warning that's in place across Oklahoma too. And this is courtesy of our affiliates there, where they're out there kind of taking us through the storm. I've seen a couple of times so far this evening, Ari, that they kind of punched through the storm as it was closer to Tulsa. Now it may be they're following, that one tornado warning.
I mean, anybody that's driving on I-44 north of Tulsa right now is going to be in the middle of some kind of storm. But yeah, I would say Tulsa right now, you guys are out of the severe weather threat. Still might have a thunderstorm or two, but you can clearly see that line has gotten farther toward the east. The problems are going to be farther up toward the north through the night.
Yeah.
Now, again, it looks like, at least relative to what it was like earlier, we're in a little bit of a lull right now. You see the amount of warnings on the board. We've got one tornado warning that's just north of I-44, northeast of Tulsa. And that's that same storm, actually, that did produce a tornado on the north side of Tulsa a few hours ago. And we'll have to see how this fills in up here. I mean, there is a lot of energy. Sometimes as the sun goes down, that low-level jet kicks in a little bit. So it'll start to strengthen, and that increases some of the lift in the air, and then the storms can get a little bit more oomph. And so, I mean, you can see some of these are actually blossoming in Kansas.
Well, I'm looking at Arkansas, too.
Yeah.
No, Missouri.
Missouri.
I have to look for the boot.
That's okay.
Missouri, where they have new warnings that are popping up now, too. So that's pretty new within the last hour or so. So it looks like still looking at some energy ahead of this for the south. So
there is.
You may still have a little bit of some activity down there, too.
Yeah, we just got a report of some hail there, or that must have been from earlier, Sam, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, just from that little storm that was moving south to north out ahead of the main line. So, yeah, I mean, we got more severe weather to go. I'll be here from 9 to midnight. So, yeah, great job covering this stuff, by the way.
Absolutely, and good luck tonight, everyone viewing. We have your coverage for you going through the latter half of this evening. Ari's going to continue that coverage as we get up until about midnight. So keep it here to Fox Weather for the very latest. And Fox Weather's Robert Ray is in America's heartland, keeping an eye on these storms as we get into the weekend. He took a moment to tell us how he's preparing to track these threats as we head into the latter half of the weekend.
Just landed here in Springfield, Missouri, and you just saw that picture and the sound of the flags already rustling through. We've got heavy winds moving across this part of the country, and that is why I just flew in here from Atlanta, and I'm going to be tracking these systems as they move across. Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin have already been out here giving those images last night of the lightning, incredible lightning, and unfortunately that tornado that touched down, killing 2 people, mother and daughter, in Oklahoma. So the situation is this. We are in a scenario where this is the beginning, right, of severe season. Weather can really amp up here. Heavy hail is expected in some areas. Baseball-size hail, unfortunately. We could see tornadoes, spin up, straight line winds, all of this from Texas all the way into Michigan. But what we're expecting is the epicenter somewhere in Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, possibly. And that is what we are tracking right now. In fact, what we're calling this is Fox Weather SWAT, and that is Severe Weather Advanced Tracking, with Brandon and Corey actually chasing these potential storms that come up, and then I will stay in the peripheral and watch this and go into a community or an area that is affected by these storms. We hope it doesn't happen, but that is the game plan, the strategy here on the ground for Fox Weather tonight and into tomorrow on Saturday. But I'm reminded at how serious all of these storms can be, especially this time of year. It's the beginning, right, of severe weather season. This is my 3rd decade out tracking storms like this. And You know, I just remember last year, even Lake City, Arkansas, just terrible devastation that we saw in that area with vehicles overturned, homes destroyed. Every year in the beginning of March is when we start to see the severe weather come into play. And again, that is tornadoes, straight line winds, large hail, heavy thunderstorms, and it's just a reminder certainly that you need to be on guard and understand what could happen in your community. So the Fox Weather SWAT team, Severe Weather Advanced Tracking, that includes right now, at least myself out here in the peripheral, and of course Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin on the front lines right now, chasing these storms as they will develop. We are expecting this to get potentially dicey tonight into tomorrow morning, and we'll keep you updated. But in the meantime, I am reporting from Springfield, Missouri, where I'm going to gather my supplies and watch our forecasts from New York City and our Severe Weather Presentation Center, and watch the chasers out there, and then move in to wherever is affected. I hope nowhere, but that is the game plan right now, the strategy. Reporting in Springfield, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Boots will be on the ground with this storm coverage all throughout the weekend, all throughout tonight. We leave you with a look at Tulsa, where we have storms that are rumbling through. We're with you before, during, and after the storm. Keep it here to Fox Weather. We'll be right back after this break.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called SelectQuote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to SelectQuote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to JacuzziBathRemodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to JacuzziBathRemodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Hey, welcome into Fox Weather's extended coverage of severe weather. I'm Ari Sarsalari. We've had ourselves a heck of a day of severe weather so far, and we're not done yet. The low-level jet's going to kick in over the next few hours, and we still have more storms to go. Severe storms that could produce damaging wind, some large hail, and possibly even a few more tornadoes. We just had a tornado not long ago that was on the north side of Tulsa, confirmed tornado. We could see it on radar. And earlier, we had a huge tornado from a rogue supercell down in southern Michigan. It was an unbelievable sight, something you rarely see. We still had ice on some of the lakes, and then you've got a tornado going on at the same time. 3 people, unfortunately, died there. That was in Union City. Right now, we've got Oklahoma City, Kansas City. Kansas City's one spot where we have a cluster of storms that's developed to the southwest, and it's headed toward town generally over the next couple of hours. So that will definitely be a spot that we'll watch over the next few hours. Here with you till midnight. That's Three Rivers, Michigan. That is the tornado I was talking about. And that's around where it started. Look at how violent that is. The amount of debris flying around there. You can just see that roofs have been torn off, and the tornado actually got even stronger as it moved farther toward the east into another town called Union City, where I mentioned we can now confirm at least 3 people have died and 12 people were injured. And they're still likely doing search and rescue up there. That was during the early to mid part of the afternoon. Such a rare event to see that. Something you never want to see. That's probably going to be a high-end tornado, just judging off of some of the damage, especially in Union City, where, boy, it sure looks like it's easily EF3+. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with an EF4. Might end up as one of the strongest tornadoes in Michigan history. Unbelievable videos out of there. Okay, let's get you updated with where we are.
This is not good. Not good, not good, not good.
Yep, I would agree.
Fully condensed tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, that was Bristow, Oklahoma. That's the tornado I was talking about that actually ended up hitting the north side of Tulsa. So this is when it was southwest of Tulsa, when it first started to form, and then the cell basically continued moving to the northeast, just along a highway, or I-44, I should say. We had a confirmed tornado north of Tulsa, and then it continued actually a little bit farther toward the north of there. That cell, at least as of right now, it's not rotating anymore, but we have some more rotating cells. There's one tornado warning that's in progress right now. Here's the overall look. This is just over the last 2 hours. I've got everything on this map. I know it's a little bit busy, but I've got the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, so you can see the level 1 risk, the level 2, and the level 3. And we're seeing still a bunch of storms that are within that level 3 risk area. So that's where the atmosphere is the most prime for the severe weather. We've got 3 different clusters of storms. We have this one right here, which actually started farther toward the south earlier, produced several tornadoes. You can see the local storm reports. You see those circular dots on the screen. Those were the reports of tornadoes from the same cell that produced that tornado that you were just looking at the video of. And we have another cluster of storms that's starting to develop here also coming out of Kansas. So this is one I think we're going to have to watch really closely over the next couple of hours, headed toward Topeka, Kansas City, Emporia, some of those areas. Previously, farther up toward the north, some of these storms have been producing some large hail. We're talking anywhere from like 1 inch to 2 inches in diameter. That's what all those circles are. Those icons, those are reports of hail that we had out of some of these storms that have been going on. And then, of course, you get farther toward the northeast. In general, it's a much lower threat for severe weather up here. This is a line of storms. We've got linear storms now, as opposed to the one rogue supercell that formed in southern Michigan and moved west to east before this line even formed. So you see these reports of tornadoes here. That's all from that one cell that happened earlier that was responsible for the 3 deaths in Union City. We had some hail farther toward the north, too. One report of some straight line damaging wind right along the south shore of Lake Michigan, but I don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings along this line right now. Again, they're still doing search and rescue from that tornado that we had earlier, so I'm sure it is annoying to have these other storms rolling through. I'm sure we've got some wind gusts, probably 30, 40 plus miles per hour. We'll keep an eye on that line in case anything decides to spin up, but I would say the threat for tornadoes is overall pretty low. Where I believe we're going to be focused in on over the next couple of hours is out here in the heartland, right? So Missouri, parts of eastern Kansas, Iowa, southeastern Nebraska, and the northeastern part of Oklahoma. And we'll have to see how far to the south this stuff extends. I don't think the storms really initialized too well down here farther toward the south. The atmosphere is pretty capped which is this little layer of warmer air that's above the surface, and it doesn't allow the air to rise. You need rising air in order to get thunderstorms. That's pretty much like the definition of how you get a storm or really any type of precipitation. And there is a storm or two trying to form right around the Red River. We'll keep an eye on that, but I'm not as concerned about the south side of this threat area right now. You can see where all the action is. So let's move around a little bit and take a look at some of these storms. So I mentioned Tulsa, at least Tulsa proper. Wow, look at this. This is a confirmed tornado that's in progress right now. So the earlier one that we had was a cell that was on the northwest side of town, and this is fresh. This just came up here. All right, let's go to the high-resolution radar on this to see what we've got. Okay, confirmed tornado. This is right next to the radar site. So let's throw the velocities up on this, and yes, let's take this back a little bit. This is down near Oneida, a little bit south of Broken Arrow, headed right toward New Tulsa. And let me see if we can see any debris on this.
This is chaser confirmed, and there's reports of power flashes.
Okay, power flashes usually means a tornado, and it's chaser confirmed. Is that some debris? Let me just double check on this real quick. Sometimes we have to do a little radar analysis. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be it right there. Wow. Very active day of severe weather. Tulsa, right in the middle of town, you haven't gotten hit by a tornado, but just on the north side of town and on the southeast side of town, we've had some action, to say the least. All right, confirmed tornado. It's in progress right now on the east side of Broken Arrow, and it's moving toward the northeast. Now, what I want to do here, you see the warning polygon. I'm going to throw a few cities in here, a few spots. So we've got New Tulsa, like I mentioned, Fair Oaks, Gregory. I saw one pop up over here somewhere. And I don't know how to say that one, but it's just northwest of Pin Oak Acres. Choteau, possibly. New Tulsa is the biggest spot that needs to be in your safe space right now. Now, if you're not familiar with where your safe space is, I know a lot of people watching this down in Oklahoma. You guys know this, but maybe you just moved there recently. You want to get to the lowest level of your house and as close to the center of the house as you possibly can. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in your given situation. So yeah, once again, we've got just these storms have been taking this shape all day, where you see multiple hooks on them, right? You see that little notch, this little notch here. You could even argue maybe there's another one down there. Interesting storm mode that we've had throughout the day today. And these are kind of, we would call it quasi-linear, because really this is kind of a line of storms, right? But within the line, you can get some embedded supercells. And so when you look at this up close, it certainly looks like a supercell. Yeah, you can see there's definitely some rotation in there. And the spotters have confirmed a tornado. I'm not seeing any debris on the radar as of yet, but that may change. We're pretty close to the radar site, so we'll keep you updated with that. Enola and New Tulsa, get in your safe space right now. This is east of Catoosa. You guys will not be affected by this tornado, and we are now starting to get east of Broken Arrow, but if you live on the east side of town, you should still be in your safe space. Just stay there for another 15 minutes or so. Here's another thing I'm noticing here, Sam. Look at this. This looks like another pretty solid rotation right here. And I'm starting to wonder now, this is what I was talking about, the multiple hooks. Usually a supercell has one hook. It's that little ball-looking thing on the southwest side of the storm. It's like this right here. You've got the whole storm, and then on the southwest side of it, you have a little ball. This is such a weird setup because you've got some rotation here, you've got some rotation down there, and this one honestly looks more tornadic to me, the one that's a little bit farther toward the south. So let's see if there's any debris associated with that one, and I think there might actually be. Okay, so we've got a new scan in here, double check on this. So it would be like right in this area right here, and it does appear, I think we've got some tornado debris if that lines up with the hook, and it's kind of questionable. Either way, you know, I'm not going to get too hung up on whether we can see this on radar or not. We've had confirmation from a chaser that there have been power flashes and confirmation of a tornado there. So this is, again, where are we? We are on the southeast side of Tulsa, starting to get east of Tulsa. And this is going to stay south of I-44, which is up here. But you've got the highway that's just south of there, which is 412. So this is going to be headed up toward 412. Toward Enola. New Tulsa getting hit by it right now, so let's hope that it started to weaken. You know, the fact that we don't see a debris signature on radar when it's this close is, I guess, a good sign for the most part, kind of looks like broad rotation right now. So maybe it's trying to cycle a little bit. Doesn't look as bad as it looked a couple of scans ago. So if you look at this, take it back a little bit. Look at this. That's something that I'd be looking for. You see that part of it that just like sticks out like a sore thumb? And then you get into the next scan and that it's still there. And then let's see what we have for the debris. It's a little tough to tell. All right, I said I wasn't going to get too hung up on that, and I won't. So confirmed tornado there. That's the situation down in Oklahoma right now. That's east of Tulsa, again, just south of I-44. And that storm will probably stay south of I-44 because this whole line of storms is moving toward the east while we have some individual supercells that are somewhat forming and riding along that line of storms to some degree. Let's go a little bit farther up toward the north here and see what's going on with these storms in Kansas. We'll do Missouri and Kansas. We'll do a little overview on this, and then we'll dive deeper into these storms coming up after the break. But yes, I-44 has been a brutal drive northeast of Tulsa. And actually, this is the same cluster of storms that produced that tornado on the north side of Tulsa and farther toward the southwest, the video you were looking at earlier. Now just a severe thunderstorm warning on them. So going to the high res on this, this is about to roll through Joplin, Missouri right now. And yes, you can see some very strong wind there. But even though there's a little bit of rotation along that line, we're not seeing anything that's really popping out as like a spot that's worthy of putting out a tornado warning. Still, there's some spin in the air here. So even though it's a line of storms, that does not mean that we don't have the possibility of tornadoes. This is going to be a kick-in line of storms here over the next few hours, and we're going to be here with you through it. I think the next few hours are going to be pretty critical when it comes to this severe weather outbreak. Again, there are a lot of places that are getting severe weather right now. It's not just this cluster coming out of Oklahoma. We'll talk more about Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, and Kansas coming up in just a little bit.
Menard's roof just blew off. Oh my gosh. We need to go. Because the storage shed just blew off and everything came out. We just need to go through that light. Oh my.
That was the roof of a Menards in Three Bridges, Michigan, from a violent tornado that happened earlier on this afternoon. Coming up after the break, I'm going to go through all the details of that storm. It's a fascinating setup. It's not something you see every day, that violent of a tornado up in that part of the country this time of year. A lot of severe weather to go before we're done. Hang tight, we've got to grab a quick break.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called SelectQuote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to SelectQuote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Stay tuned to get this muddy mat up to a $20 value free. Are you tired of muddy paw prints all over your floors? Wet, dirty carpets? Constant mopping and cleaning every time your pet comes inside? Introducing Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent chenille mat that traps mud, dirt, and water instantly, keeping your floors spotless. The secret? Super absorbent chenille fibers that soak up to 5 times their weight in moisture. And watch, the mat does all the work. The dirt and water get trapped in thousands of soft chenille noodles, and the non-slip backing keeps it firmly in place. No sliding, no bunching, no mess. And Muddy Mat isn't just for the door. Use it in your car to protect your trunk and back seat. Perfect to catch spills in the kitchen. And if your dog is a messy eater, slip it under their food bowl to catch all the spills. And here's the best part. When it gets dirty, shake it out for a quick clean. and then just toss it in the washing machine. It comes out looking brand new, ready to use again and again. And Muddy Mat comes in multiple sizes and colors, so you can find the perfect one for any room in your home. But now, let's hear what Muddy Mat owners have to say.
Y'all, this is the Muddy Mat. It protects my floor. It is non-slip. It won't move. It has saved me so many times. I am loving this.
I keep this one by my back door. You can see it has those big 1-inch chenille loops with the non-skid backing. There's a ton of colors and several sizes to choose from.
My floors have never been so clean. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
So what are you waiting for? Scan the QR code, go visit getmuddymat.com, or call the number on the screen and get your free Muddy Mat when you buy 2. With multiple colors and sizes, it's easy to keep every floor in your home clean and covered. So what are you waiting for? Join millions of happy pet owners and stop the dirt at the door. Muddy Mat. Goodbye, messy floors.
Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. We've got some severe weather that's going on right now. We had a lot last night. Unfortunately, we had 2 fatalities in Oklahoma last night. And so far today, from a storm that we had in Michigan earlier on this afternoon, it produced a violent tornado that killed at least 3 people and injured dozens. That was up in Union City, Michigan. A lot more to come on that. But goodness, this was just 2 days in a row of deadly severe weather this early in the season. And in that part of the country, that is very rare. So a terrible, terrible situation there. Let's get you up to date with just what the overall idea is of what's going on. We got a couple different clusters of storms. This is the severe weather outlook. I'm going to give you a little bit of a different look here where it's got the radar. We were doing this a little bit before the break too. But this is the one-stop shop. That's what I call this, my one-stop shop graphic. It's got storm reports. You can see all those little dots. You can see some of the hail that's been up around Lincoln, Omaha, the tornado reports down in Oklahoma, and the tornado reports, of course, from the huge violent tornado that we had up in southern Michigan earlier. And you can also see the radar here. So I'll put this into motion. You can see a few different clusters of storms. This one's coming into Missouri over the next few hours. We've got one or two severe thunderstorm warnings along that one, still a tornado warning on the storm that's coming out of northeastern Oklahoma. That was a confirmed tornado at one point, and now I believe they've downgraded it, correct? Okay, so a chaser at one point saw some damage from that, and or not damage. He saw the actual tornado apparently, and some power flashes as well. So we've got a bunch of hail that's been falling in these storms farther toward the north. So cluster 1. We've got another cluster of storms, including some fresh storms that are just starting to fire up down in Kansas. And then we have another batch of storms that are going to be pretty gusty, but overall the severe threat is relatively low with these. And yes, I know this is moving over the same area that got hit by some of the storms earlier. I'll take the storm reports off here so you can get a clearer view. The tornado that we had earlier was down here in southwestern Michigan. So yes, unfortunately, they got another round of storms that has been coming through over the last couple of hours. Farther off toward the west we go, and you can see that level 3 risk. We've still got a bunch of storms where the atmosphere is the most prime for severe weather. So again, this is where we had the confirmed tornado before. Let me do just a quick little ditty on this storm because of the fact that it was a confirmed tornado not long ago. And it is right next to the radar right now. So the closer you are to the radar, the better of a view you have of the storm because you're seeing lower into it. And yes, you see some, I mean, to me, goodness, like this part right here, to me looks like there's the possibility of like maybe a tornado there. And it's right in the middle of the hook too. Yeah, I think we might have a tornado here. I really do. I mean, what do you think, Sam, when you look at that? Like that, it certainly lines up. It's right in the middle of the hook. It doesn't look as big as maybe some of the tornadoes that we had earlier, but that's likely a tornado that's on the ground headed toward Enola. I would be pretty surprised if we don't see this box turn pink or purple over the next few minutes. I'm sure the Weather Service is looking at it very closely, but just to give you some perspective, we are east of Tulsa now. So I-44 is up toward the north, and we've got a likely tornado. I'm going to call it that right now. Let's see if there's any towns around here. It's a pretty rural area up here in this part of Oklahoma. but I'm trying to find a town here or there. Let's see if we can find any. Yeah, actually not seeing too much. So it's always good when something's going on in a less populated area, right? It's better than if it was barreling into the middle of Tulsa. I'll keep a super close eye on that, and we'll get back to it coming up in just a little bit. But severe weather turned deadly in western Oklahoma last night. I mentioned that. I was here covering it. It was a prolific supercell that produced likely a couple of different tornadoes. There was a mother and daughter that were killed after a tornado tossed their van as they were driving. So earlier on Fox Weather, Kiana Lewis got to speak with a family member of the mother and daughter. Take a listen to this.
So at around 9:30, I got a call from my brother, who was in contact with my brother-in-law. And he let me know that my sister and niece had passed away. And then we coordinated efforts to contact the rest of our family and let them know what had happened. It was a very tragic and terrible accident. My sister, Jody, was driving home from Fairview, trying to get home to her other two children who were at home. They were on a phone call with my other nephew and niece, letting them know they needed to take cover because the tornado was coming. And while she was on the phone with my other niece, Lexi screamed, and then the phone was disconnected. And it's at that time that the tornado had lifted their car up and thrown it into a field, and they were both killed at that time. So I've been talking with a lot of my family and friends and churchgoers, letting them know of this tragedy. You know, my sister Jody was a beautiful mother. She had 8 children. And she was loved by everyone in her community. She worked hard at the local school. Her children were in the band. She loved Oklahoma. I'm here in Utah, and so they moved away a few years back, and so we've missed them during that whole time. But luckily, I've been able to keep in contact with them as they've lived in Oklahoma. They've came and visited with us, and actually just spoke with her 3 days ago on the phone. So I'm glad I had that opportunity to talk to her. I know that my sister, she had a deep faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and we know that she met him that night as she passed away. And I know if she were here, she would probably say also that it was meant to be. And so we'll see her again someday. But for now, it's just a see you later.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable tornado. This is out of Toe, Texas on Wednesday. It's been really stormy, to say the least, and we have some more storms that are on the way. We get, I would say, relatively overall a bit of a lull as compared to what we had last night and today, starting tomorrow. There's still going to be some threats for severe weather, though, and it's a couple of different areas. So we have a very broad area where we have the level 1 risk. This goes from parts of the interior Northeast all the way down through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, down into the southern plains, closer to the Gulf Coast. But within that, there's a couple spots where we've got a little bit of a higher risk for some severe storms. None of this looks like big tornado stuff, at least right now. If that changes, of course, we'll let you know. And sometimes on the morning of the event, the Storm Prediction Center will see a little something on some of the high-res models and tweak the forecast a little bit. But right now, just to kind of break things up a little bit, you know, you go to the south, and that's where we'll have a higher threat for hail, and then it's kind of a generalized, mostly damaging straight-line wind threat. We could see some hail in some of those storms, too. There's going to be a lot of storm energy, meaning the ability for the air to rise. We call it CAPE, C-A-P-E, convective available potential energy. And when you're this close to the Gulf, you know, maybe they'll get a little clearing during the day. Could see some pretty nasty storms that develop. Again, there's not a huge amount of spin in the air as compared to what we're dealing with tonight and what we've seen over the last couple of nights, but still, there's going to be a threat for some severe weather. Now, there's less wind shear as you get farther toward the north. The damaging wind gusts are going to be the #1 threat. But let me run you through the forecast model on both of these. So here is the exclusive Fox weather model. And if you pay attention to the clock at the top left of your screen, Dallas will have to watch out for another round, especially during the early to mid-afternoon. You guys kind of lucked out, it appears, at least so far, throughout the night here on Friday, with the worst of the storms being farther toward the north. But that boundary is going to sag farther toward the south. You guys will get some storms tomorrow. And then it really lights up into the late afternoon and the evening. as it gets into the southern part of this risk area. So Houston, Shreveport, Alexandria, Monroe, Jackson, and areas like that. You guys will have a chance for some nasty storms. And then you go farther up toward the north. Let me run you through this one, because there really are kind of two separate events, even though they're connected to some degree. It's less coverage as you get farther toward the north. Kind of less coverage as far as the storms go. You guys have seen these events before. If you live in the interior Northeast, you get, some storms here and there, but the ones that you have tend to produce a whole lot of damage. You got a lot of trees up there, very densely populated area. It always seems like when we have a severe weather event that goes through this part of the country, we see it just light up with wind reports. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case tomorrow. Overall, low tornado threat, not zero, but a low tornado threat overall. So that's what's going on for tomorrow. And then things are going to fire up again next week. Look at this. Let me give you a little preview of this. So Tuesday and Wednesday, the Storm Prediction Center is already highlighting a couple of areas. It looks very similar to what we're dealing with right now for the chance for some severe weather. And Wednesday, this would be tomorrow, or excuse me, not tomorrow. This is Wednesday of next week. We've got an area that they're highlighting as well. So it's likely to be at least a 2-day severe weather event with a big chunk of energy coming through. And if you're curious what that looks like, pulled up the forecast model. So this would be Saturday. We're watching for this. It's sitting over the southwest right now. This is way up above our heads. Anytime you see a big ball of energy like that, out ahead of it, it's going to create a lot of rising air. So it's kind of stuck right now. It's not moving very much. You see Sunday, kind of a quieter day for severe weather. Monday, a bit of a quieter day. And then all of a sudden, Tuesday, it starts to kick out into the plains. And that's when it gets into this air mass where you've got a lot of moisture and you have a lot of parameters that are set for severe weather. And as it's moving through, we'll get some severe storms. The other thing I think this is going to do, by the way, is change the overall pattern. We're going to go back to probably some cooler air up in the northern tier of the country, maybe for more of the country than that. So that's the forecast as far as what's going to happen over the next week or so with the severe weather. It's been interesting to watch this kind of stuff happening this early in the season. Okay, let me get back to this and see where we are. Is it okay to tease yet, Jason, or no? Okay, let's do it. Coming up next, I want to talk about what's going on literally right now, because we have a lot of active weather that's going on. Still that level 3 risk for severe storms. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, a tornado warning here or there. I'll break down all the storms in detail for you. We'll look at the high resolution imagery and we'll track them out. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Imagine you're a little kid with a really big illness. You're in the hospital a lot, and it can hurt and be scary. But a wish can make all the difference. Because when you grant a wish, kids fighting critical illnesses feel stronger. They can smile and laugh, and they can even feel better sooner.
A wish is more than just a nice thing to do, that you are going to help their care. You're going to help them get better. The impact a wish has on a child and their family is pretty endless.
But every 20 minutes, another child learns they have a critical illness. You can grant them a life-changing wish. Please call the number on your screen or go online to grantwishes.org and give $20 a month, only 67 cents a day. Thousands of kids need the healing power of a wish. But for every wish we grant, 2 more kids are waiting.
My wish is to go to outer space. My wish was to meet a unicorn.
We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the wish experience. I think about that every day. And I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a wish.
Call or go online to grantwishes.org. Give $20 a month, and we'll send you this free t-shirt as a thank you for helping wish kids. And 98% of doctors say a wish can help.
You can improve the quality of their lives. You could transform their health care by giving, by donating. You're going to change a life forever.
Will you help? Please call or give online at grantwishes.org. Wishes can only come true because of you. Thank you.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. I'm Ari Sarsalari. Thanks for joining us tonight. We got a lot of severe weather tracking to do, and there are lots of ways to do it. You can always watch us for free here on Fox Weather. We're all over the place on lots of streaming platforms. You can always watch us for free on YouTube and on the Fox Weather app right here on your phone. Literally just free streaming all the time. And also, I want to direct you to our blog. Our blog is amazing. It's foxweather.com live blog, and it just has all this updated information about whatever ongoing event is happening, and it updates by the minute. It really is impressive how well they update it, and you can get all the latest information there. You just scan the QR code on your screen, and you'll get into that. What I need to get into right now is this tornado that we've got in progress, and we will get into that in just a second. It is east of Tulsa. But first, let's talk about this huge tornado that we had in Union City, Michigan. Unbelievable images coming out of there. So far, at least 3 dead, 12 injured. This is in the southwestern part of the state of Michigan. This tornado started near 3 Rivers. They took a pretty hard hit there. There's some incredible video. Like, this is it. Look at all that debris flying around. And this is actually well before it reached its peak intensity. At least that's what it looks like, seeing some of the damage in Union City, which is just mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Looks like it's easily EF3+. Listen to this.
We got a tornado on the ground, guys. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good. Fully condensed tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, that was a tornado southwest of Tulsa a little bit earlier. And that same cell actually did basically ride I-44 all the way up into Tulsa a couple of hours ago. There was a confirmed tornado from that exact supercell on the north side of Tulsa. It didn't hit the middle of town, and you know, it's a little bit too early to know how bad the damage was and all that kind of stuff, but I'm sure the Weather Service is going to be very busy over the next couple of days surveying that stuff. What did you say, Sam? Wasn't there some report that you were getting in off of ham radio?
Unconfirmed reports of funnels.
Oh, funnels. Okay. I thought it was damage or something like that. That's a live shot. Our affiliate down in Tulsa, Fox 23, and they're driving around. I imagine that's on I-44. That's got to be I-44 because when I'm looking at the radar here, basically all of I-44 between Tulsa and Missouri is just absolutely covered with thunderstorms. Here it is. Look at this. And then you see this pink box right here. This is the one we were talking about before the break. Remember, we were looking at the rotation, and I said I wouldn't be surprised if this red box is pink pretty soon, meaning a confirmed tornado rather than just a radar-based warning. So this is right next to the radar site. This is the radar site right here. Keep in mind with the radar, as you get farther away from the radar site, it shoots the beam at an upward angle, so you're seeing higher and higher up in the air. So when the storm is right smack dab next to the radar, you can actually see what's going on at the surface. And right in here, we have ourselves a likely tornado that's ongoing. Yeah, look at this. Whew. So green colors are moving toward the radar and red colors are moving away. So that's a super tight rotation right there, and that is almost certainly a tornado. Now, this is a pretty rural area, it appears, but you've got some smaller towns here like Enola, Chotao, I'm guessing is how you pronounce that, a little bit farther toward the east. We'll have to watch out for this. Let me see the exact direction that this is moving. Yeah, you know, it's going to be very tough to
Northeast
tell.
at 30.
Northeast at 30, okay. So if we take it directly northeast, it probably skirts the west side of Chotao, but I think it's time to get in your safe space for sure if you live in that town. And real quick here, what I may do is just take the radar off This is something I like to do. Just get a lay of the land. Yeah, you've got population out here. I mean, there, you know, you can see some of these little subdivisions. Obviously, a lot of farmland here too. And then you get Chotao, where it looks like a pretty decently populated area. So let's throw the radar back on. This is going to be a big deal for you guys. Confirmed tornado. Again, this part of the country, I know this is stuff that you see from time to time, but just keep in mind there's a difference between the tornado warning where it's a radar-based warning and it's far from the radar and we don't really know for sure whether there's a tornado on the ground versus this where it's like hard confirmation. We know for sure that there's a tornado down. It's impossible to tell how strong it is. You wouldn't be able to know that just based on radar, but we know that it's there and it seems to have some staying power. The last couple of scans, I'm just looking at this right here. And again, if you're just joining us, we're pretty well east of Tulsa at this point, near the town of Enola in Oklahoma, just crossing Highway 412 as we speak. So this is the new scan. And you can still clearly see a rotation here, right? Green's toward the radar, red's away. But compared to the last scan, and I'm not going to make too much of this, yeah, let's just say that it looks pretty similar. If anything, maybe a tiny bit less strong, at least compared to the last scan. But a lot of the times on the order of, 10, 15, 20 minutes, it can do a little up and down. So it doesn't give you a really good idea of what the overall trend is going to be. So again, this is going on, let's see, very close to the radar here. Tulsa, to give you some perspective, is about 30 miles west of here. Tulsa, you guys are done with the severe weather. And I'd said that earlier. And then when this storm was just on the southeast side of town, closer to Broken Arrow, I should say, it popped up with a confirmed tornado. And I was like, geez. But yeah, technically it was right because Tulsa proper is still out of the threat area for now. The worst of the storms are over there. Big storm. All right, I want to go a little bit farther toward the north and see what's going on up there because we have different clusters of storms that are going on right now. Of course, we've been pretty heavily covering this one because it has the highest threat of producing tornadoes. It's produced the most tornadic activity so far. And then we've had this cluster of storms from Nebraska down into Kansas that has actually produced a bunch of hail. There were several reports of hail west of Omaha, not far from Lincoln, some on the order of 2 inches in diameter. That's like the size of an egg. So that's the kind of hail that is a pretty big deal overall. And this is the cold front. You can really see that too when you look at the radar because you actually see some mixed precipitation on the backside. And there's one severe thunderstorm warning right along the river here north of Omaha, so it's not including Omaha proper. We've had one report of 1 inch diameter hail, so quarter-sized hail that's come out of that storm. I suppose we can zoom into this one a little bit and see what it looks like. No, it's a little bit too far from that radar site. Hang tight. But yes, this is fascinating because right along that cold front, it's an extremely sharp drop. Just north of where this severe thunderstorm warning is, you get up a little bit closer to Sioux City, and the actual report from the weather station up there is of freezing rain. There's actually freezing rain that's falling there, and a couple reports west of the river where they're reporting like unknown precipitation, which oftentimes can be a little bit of sleet or freezing rain. So very sharp cutoff. The temperature drop here is outrageous. Let me show this to you. I know earlier you guys were in the 60s, maybe even approaching the 70s, and now actually even all along the river here, the temperatures are in the 30s. I mean, we're in the about 30 to 36 degrees are some of the temperatures I'm seeing there. So cold front is working through as we speak, and it's a sharp drop off. But when you're right out ahead of the cold front, that's when your threat for the severe storms is going to be maximized. And that's what we have going on farther toward the south into parts of Kansas, like Emporia, Kansas right now. The temperature is 65, and then you get out towards Salina, and it's 40. That's wild. And we even have some upper 30s farther toward the west here. So this is literally the cold front where you see these storms that are firing up. And I think we'll have to watch these closely because, there's some spin in the air. And if a couple of these can start to get a little bit of continuity to them and start to maybe see an individual cell or two, I would say probably this cluster of storms would be the one to watch. And I'm curious where our storm trackers are. So let me look at their markers because I think this was the batch of storms that they were following, if I'm not mistaken. Graphic is coming here. Hang tight. Yeah, that's actually the exact batch of storms that they're on. So they're south of Emporia, and they're thinking that this batch of storms could do a little something. Okay, that's Corey. All right, this is Brandon. Yeah, this is Brandon. So they've got some wild lightning on some of the storms. Again, not seeing any severe warnings on those quite yet, but they really did just start to pop up over the last hour or two. So we'll give them a little bit of time. I think this is going to be interesting to see what happens from that cluster. You know, I know so far all the tornadoes have been farther toward the south, but we might have a round two of some nastier stuff that comes out of this. We'll have to see. It's going to be a pretty close call situation. We might not see much at all, or it could end up being very bad. Unfortunately, sometimes in these situations, that kind of is what weather forecasting is. It turns into something we like to call nowcasting, where we look at what's happening right now and we basically tell you. And luckily, we can give you some warning when it comes to severe thunderstorms and tornadoes and things like that. This is Corey. So Corey's up there not far from Brandon, and yeah, I guess the little lightning on his as well, and here's Brandon's. So we'll keep watching those guys. Let me get you updated with where the watches are right now. Got a couple of tornado watches and one severe thunderstorm watch. That one's loading here. So we go all the way from Dallas, which I don't think Dallas needs to be in there anymore. Who knows? Maybe I'll eat my words, but I think we've seen what we need to see there. Oklahoma City technically is still under the tornado watch. And I guess the cold front could come through a little bit later. We'll have to watch that. You get farther toward the north, Kansas City, in the next hour or two, we're going to have some storms rolling through, and then the tornado watch goes all the way up into parts of Iowa, and then we got some storms that are going on up closer to the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan specifically, where we could see some gusty wind with that. All right, guys, we got to grab a quick break. Coming up, we're going to dive back down into that confirmed tornado that's going on east of Tulsa, and we've got a long night of severe weather ahead. We'll be right back.
We started hearing thunder and a whole bunch of, and then we heard a big old boom, and we were going through
the lights were like flickering on and off, and one time they just completely shut off, and you can just hear all these big things just swinging and hitting the store from top to bottom, the sides, everywhere.
Unbelievable tornado that we had down in southern Michigan, by the way. At least 3 people confirmed dead, dozens injured. This is Three Rivers. There was another town called Union City where the tornado got even stronger than that. Unreal strength with this tornado. I think it's going to end up as a high end. The Weather Service will have a lot of surveying to do over the next few days. We will be right back.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off. And get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called SelectQuote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to SelectQuote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. I'm Ari Sarsalari. Grab your phone, follow foxweather.com live blog as this severe weather continues through the night. It's really good. Just scan the QR code on your screen. You can get it. I was just going through it. I mean, it's literally minute-by-minute updates. I think the last update was like 15 minutes ago, something like that. And it's super high-quality information. You got a lot of newsy stuff on the storms that happened and the recovery that's going on, and of course, some of the storms that are happening as well. Let's get you updated on what's happening as we speak. Boy, I'll tell you what, a lot of severe weather. That's a live shot from one of our storm trackers. That's from Fox 23 in Tulsa. And of course, the sun has gone down now, so that increases how dangerous the storms are going to be as we go through the rest of the night. Things are not as active as they were a little bit earlier, but I still think we have some storms that are entering an environment where they could actually strengthen a bit. Let me tell you a little bit about like exactly what I'm talking about. So here's one cluster of storms. That's the one that had been producing some tornadic activity through parts of Oklahoma earlier. We had a tornado that was confirmed on the north side of Tulsa. That may have been a longer track one. It started pretty far to the southwest. And then there's this other cluster of storms where actually our storm trackers are right now. That one, it doesn't look like much on radar right now. This is a 6-hour radar loop, by the way. But they could blossom over the next few hours. We've got a strong cold front. You can see that with these storms that are forming a line just west of I-35. And north of there, we have a cluster of storms. It's a line that's generally been sub-severe that's been moving through Michigan. And yes, that storm that we had earlier, completely unrelated to this line of storms. This was it. I mean, this just to show you how isolated and relatively small that supercell was compared to a lot of the other storms that were going on. This was it. All these videos that you see out of Michigan, when you see all the crazy debris flying around, and again, you hear about the 3 deaths, dozens injured. They're still doing search and rescue. 4 deaths. Okay, so I'm hearing in my ear that is breaking right now. We can confirm at least 4 deaths. And Jason, is that in Union City also, the 4th? Okay, the 4th one is in Cass County. 3 in Union City and 1 in Cass County. Unbelievable. All from that little, at least something that looks so little. And it wasn't even part of the main line of storms. That's unbelievable. Just such a rare event that you would see something like that. And honestly, I've seen some of the video from that tornado. It's going to be high end, easily EF3. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up as more than that. But what I do want to highlight here is that this line of storms, again, it's through the area already that has been hit by that tornado earlier. And I think from here on out, it's going to continue to lose strength. It didn't even really have that many severe thunderstorm warnings along it. So we turn our attention down toward the south. The other thing that happens as we get a little bit deeper into the night, I wanted to show you a little bit of this here real quick. You hear us talk about this low-level jet sometimes. It tends to be nocturnal. It's like 5,000 feet above our heads, and it's this big blast of air that's moving from south to north. And what tends to happen is, again, you get into the overnight and it strengthens a little bit. Look at this. Well, it doesn't strengthen as much tonight as it has over the last few nights, but you know why? Because if you go back in time, it actually started off relatively strong, like mid to late afternoon, and it's starting to strengthen a little bit here over the next few hours. So we're going to have to watch Missouri, I think, because that low-level jet can really add a little bit of extra lift into some of those storms as they're ongoing. So here we go with, let's just go from cluster of storms to cluster of storms and break down exactly what's going on. Do we still have the confirmed tornado, or did they drop that? It looks like they dropped the confirmed on it. So Look, it's not good that we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes along with this cell, but just from the forecasting aspect on the scale of this storm specifically, the fact that it's very close to the radar, so we've got a good look at it. The fact that it's going from confirmed to unconfirmed, back to confirmed, and back and forth, it basically means that it doesn't have crazy staying power. Like, it's not going to be a super long track violent tornado, but, you know, just as I say that, boy, does that have a nasty look to it. And you know what else you can see in here? It's a little donut hole. Now, just because you have this hook echo, this is a classic hook echo. It's this little ball-shaped thing that's on the southwest side of the storm. The overall storm is much bigger. You've got all the hail that's up here and the rain. This is where the rotation happens. And you can clearly see that little notch of inflow here that causes the rotation. Just because you have a hook echo doesn't always mean that you have a tornado, but very often, if you have a hook echo, it means it's possible that we could have a tornado either forming or in progress. And when oops, wrong thing, hang tight. Okay, let's go back to the storm relative. Now, to me, this is a little bit worrisome right here. Radar sights to the west, greens toward, red away. And so maybe it's trying to wrap up again. Yeah, it looks like it weakened on the last couple of scans. And now is it trying to tighten up again? To me, it looks like the trend is toward that trying to tighten up again. Given the history of this storm, the fact that it's dropped some tornadoes already, Pryor Creek, get in your safe space right now. Don't mess around with this one. This is right along Highway 69. We're pretty well east of Tulsa at this point. And I think there's a possibility we could have a tornado that's on the ground right now. I'm going to check the debris. Sorry for leaving that on there. We got the new scan here. Okay, so that's where the rotation would be. Let's see if it lines up with where the hook is in the storm. Yeah, pretty much, more or less. Right here would be where we would have the tornado. Sorry, it just updated. Sometimes the different products update like a couple seconds apart, and it can mess you up with your analysis. I don't know that I see any debris in there. That's a good sign. Yeah, not clear whether we have a tornado in progress for sure or not. But based off of this little feature right here, where you see the green and red almost right on top of each other, there's certainly some rotation in that storm, and kind of more rotation on the backside of this too. So pretty dangerous storm here that has a history of producing some tornadoes, and that'll be moving up towards Salina pretty soon. Hoot Owl, what a cool name for a town up there for you guys. I would be in your safe space if I were you. And look, I'm a meteorologist, so I know when something's going to be bad or not, with relation to my family asking me questions. A lot of the times we'll be on the edge of a tornado warning, and I'll get a text from my wife do we need to get in our safe space? And I'll look at it and be like, no, I don't think so. Just given the shape of this storm, I'm telling you, I would be in my safe space no matter what, even if it's not a confirmed tornado. Don't take any chances with this. The history of the storm has proven that it has wanted to produce tornadoes at times. It has produced tornadoes at times. Tip is another little town up here, looks like on the north side of the lake there. And then Locust Grove, I imagine this will go slightly north of you guys. I think you guys are overall probably not doing too bad compared to people farther towards your north. But that's the big storm that's on the board right now. Now, another thing that we need to talk about is the possibility for some flash flooding on the southeast side of Tulsa. We've had some training storms here. This is Broken Arrow, decently populated area on the southeast side of Tulsa. And you guys may have had a tornado come through a little bit earlier from actually the same cell that may be producing one right now farther toward the northeast. The supercells themselves have definitely had some staying power. You can see all the lightning, by the way, on the camera there that's down below me. But in Tulsa proper, you guys are on the backside of the storm system right now, so you're done with the severe threat. It appears through the rest of the night. Let me double check on that here because I want to make sure I'm giving you the good information on that. I'm going to go out to the forecast model. This is our exclusive Fox weather model. And yes, you take this back a little bit in time and you go forward, and it doesn't appear to me. The only thing I was wondering about was, is this cold frontal precip going to make it down into Oklahoma? And it doesn't really look like it will. I think this stuff is the main event when it comes to the storms that we're going to be dealing with down in that part of the country. But, hey, there's a good chance that this stuff all forms into one big line as it approaches the Mississippi River. Probably won't be as bad at that point, likely sub-severe. But you see some Boeing segments there. Memphis tomorrow morning could be pretty darn messy, and parts of the Ohio Valley, too. And yeah, we probably going to have another round of storms come through Michigan, just exactly what you guys don't need. This was the tornado, by the way, in Michigan. Absolutely outrageous. I mean, I've not seen something like this. Again, you know, Michigan will get hit by tornadoes once in a while. Usually it's in the summer, once in a while in a month like May. But this was the cell earlier. This was it right here. Actually, let me show you the high resolution on it, so you can really appreciate just how, you know, relatively small the supercell itself was. You don't always have to have a massive one in order to have a really violent tornado. It's loading because it is high-resolution data, so hang tight on that. But that was it. It was that one little guy that produced just such a devastating tornado. You can see how far from the center of it all of that debris was flying around. Now, this video down below me, this is from Three Rivers, Michigan, which is a little bit west of Union City. Now, Union City, of course, a little bit farther toward the east, and it looks like the tornado strengthened as it came through here. You can actually see the little hook echo, the little ball. That's the debris ball right there. And the radar, in that case, was actually picking up debris from the tornado doing damage. Let's see if we still have any power outages out here. I would imagine we probably do. Yeah, still 20 to 30,000 or 10 to 20,000 people without power up in that county. So again, lots more to come on that. At least 4 people dead in that tornado. Terrible situation up there in Michigan. We have more severe weather to go though through the night. We're going to be here with you. Fox Weather's your severe weather HQ. Look at this video. Three Rivers, Michigan. Roofs getting torn off, houses destroyed. Unbelievable. Fox Weather, we'll be right back after.
Iran has hit cities across Israel with a massive attack. There are rockets and drones that are hitting our schools, our homes, our synagogues. I'm Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, and we urgently need your response now to help bring emergency food, shelter, and life-saving supplies.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has emergency teams across the front lines of Israel's war for survival. Call now to give your gift of $45 and help provide food, shelter, and life-saving supplies. It's your prayers and gifts that give hope and comfort to Israel and the Jewish people.
The Fellowship is a Bible-believing ministry, and we desperately need tens of thousands of faithful believers to answer this call for help now.
Call, scan, or go online now to stand with Israel.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-3067. That's 1-800-575-3067, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Golf has never been closer to the heart of this country. For the love of the game and for the love of the country, Straight Down exists thanks to American manufacturing and the movement to celebrate all things American-made. We love this game and we love this country. Join us on this journey to bring back American-made.
Hey, welcome into Fox Weather's extended coverage of severe weather. I'm Ari Sarsolari. Go ahead and grab your phone, follow Fox Weather's live blog as this severe weather continues through the night. Just scan the QR code on your screen. We've got minute-by-minute updates. Really good info on there because we have a complex situation that's going on. We've got different clusters of storms. We had a devastating tornado that was deadly up in Michigan. This was earlier on this afternoon. At least 4 confirmed dead and dozens injured. They're still doing search and rescue up there. It's an unbelievable story. A somewhat unexpected supercell, just a rogue supercell that popped up along the warm front and caused a tremendous amount of damage. I think this is going to end up being a high-end tornado. 1 death in Cass County that has just recently been reported, and before that it was 3 dead in Union City. Parts of Union City got absolutely leveled. I've seen some unbelievable pictures and video, not only of this tornado, but of some of the damage, and we're working on getting some of that. What you're seeing here is not nearly as bad as the worst of the damage that this tornado produced. So, you know, let's go through all these. And Jason, I see this is from 517 drone. They also had the shot of the completely devastating damage that was right along the lake. Did we end up getting that one? Okay. So yeah, that is the shot where you can really appreciate the violence of the tornado. So they're going to work on getting that, and we'll show that to you coming up in just a bit. This is Three Rivers, Michigan. Same supercell, same tornado. This is just a little bit earlier in its life cycle when it was farther off toward the west. And this wasn't nearly as strong as it got later on, but look at how violent that was. And, you know, just to eyeball this kind of wind, by the way, just having experience doing this for a while, you can do this. I would say that's probably like a, 90 mile per hour wind at most. It's probably more like an 80 to 90 mile per hour wind that you're seeing directly in front of the camera that's blowing all that debris around. And it likely got up probably over 150 miles per hour as it got farther toward the east and continued to strengthen. So we're going to have a lot on that coming up. It's just an unbelievable storm.
Tornado on the ground, guys. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good. Fully condensed tornado on the ground right now.
And then we had more action farther down toward the south. A couple of supercells that produced several reports of tornadoes down in parts of central, northeastern Oklahoma, around the Tulsa area. This one was actually the same supercell that ended up producing a tornado on the north side of Tulsa. It did not hit the middle of town, but it started down near Bristow. That's when you could really start to see it on radar. Obviously, you can see the video of it there. So it's been a nasty day of severe weather, and honestly, I don't think we're done yet. We've still got some storms that are ongoing. Not as many warnings as we had earlier. There's a shot from Tulsa. You can still see plenty of lightning in the distance, but the storms, at least the worst of them, appear to be done in Tulsa proper. So I don't think you guys are going to have any more severe weather through the night. But here's the overall idea. We've got 3 different clusters of storms, one coming out of northeastern Oklahoma. We've got another one that is along the Missouri River here, just west of it. That's the actual cold front that's coming down. It's been producing a bunch of hail, some serious hailers, some 2-inch plus hail in some cases here. That was southwest of Omaha, and still producing hail as they move into Iowa. And then we have this cluster of storms that's farther up toward the northeast, moving through the Great Lakes. And yes, that is moving through the same area in Michigan that got hit by the tornado earlier. Totally different cluster of storms. Just to give you some perspective here, the storm that caused the tornado was this one right here. Let me take the storm reports off so you can see this a little better. That was the storm that produced the incredibly violent tornado. Some of the more violent tornado video that I've seen in recent history that's been floating around on the internet. So we're working on trying to get some of that so we can show it to you. But that, compared to how huge this line of storms is, but the line of storms itself, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings along it. Sure, not good to be dealing with around gusty thunderstorms as you're still doing search and rescue up there. It's been a brutal afternoon and evening for those guys, with at least 4 people killed from the tornado that we had earlier. But I don't think we're going to see any more severe weather up there throughout the rest of the night. So that's certainly some good news. So kind of an interesting setup that we have going on over here in the parts of Kansas. So you see this cluster. Let me take the convective outlook off so you can see this more clearly. This is the cold front, that line of storms. And actually, like, the temperature behind it is extremely cold. I mean, we're getting down into the 30s here. You have like temperatures in the 30s, low 40s, and then you have temperatures pretty well into the 60s. Let me see where we're at right now in a place like Topeka. Give me a second to look this up. Topeka's at 67 right now. Wichita at 68. And then Salina, just a little bit farther toward the west, is at 40 degrees with 30s really just west of town. So this is an extremely sharp cold front. And when you've got that much of a clash of air masses and you've got a lot of moisture that's out ahead of the front, you can get yourself some nasty storms. Now, you don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings right now. But this, I think, is going to be a batch of storms to watch because our storm trackers are on that one right now. Brandon and Corey, they think that it might produce something, or at least they think that based on where they started during the day, this would be the cluster of storms that, maybe has the best chance at producing something that they could get video of. Let me go out to Brandon's shot here. Let's see what he's got going on. Here's Brandon Kopic. He is in Toronto, Kansas. Looks like he's pulled over there. And then we've got Corey. And you can see a lot of lightning on their shots a little bit earlier. Yeah, you can still see it. They're in the midst of some thunderstorms, that's for sure. We'll see if any of those turn severe. And there still is the chance of that happening over the next few hours. Again, the low-level jet's kicking in. I keep talking about that. But that's the thing that happens at night that makes for a little extra lift up in the air. So let's dive in on some of these storm clusters and see exactly what's going on. Let's start with, I already talked about this one that's moving through the Great Lakes. Again, I don't think that one's going to be a big deal from here on out. Let's hit these storms that have been coming out of northeastern Oklahoma, because we've had one pretty solid thunderstorm here, a supercell along this line east of Pryor Creek. That's been producing a lot of rotation, and it did produce a tornado earlier. There was actually a confirmed tornado in Enola. There was a report of one, and we were talking, about that as it was going through there, how it looked like there was probably a tornado down. Let's go to the high res on this and see how the radar looks. Oh, still got the hook echo here. Big inflow into here, and so there's a lot of rotation within this. Doesn't always mean for sure that there's a tornado, but given the history of this storm, I wouldn't be taking any chances with this. Let me see what we got here. A little bit messy on the velocity data. We'll go to this, and we'll come back here and see. Yeah. So I agree with the idea that they have a radar-based warning on it. It's not a confirmed tornado, but Salina, Oklahoma, I would certainly be in my safe spot if this was me or my family was in there. You've got Highway 20. This is going to affect Tip also. You guys may want to get into your safe space too. I think there's a better chance that the worst part of the storm will be farther toward the south. And I just want to check on this other little notch on the backside of the storm, because sometimes those can produce a little bit of spin too. Yeah, pretty broad spin right now. I'm not seeing something that sticks out to me like a sore thumb that makes me alarmed, like we definitely have a tornado down like this storm looked like a little bit earlier. So that's some good news on that one. Let's see what things look like in Tulsa. Again, you'll be seeing the Tulsa camera on and off. Again, the storms are farther toward the east now, but in the wake of them, we've still got some flash flood warnings southeast of town. Broken Arrow, spot that was under a tornado warning earlier, has also been dealing with a huge amount of rain. So this flash flood warning, let's go to the query on this to see what it is, how long it goes. 11:30 p.m. And so this is actually pretty important here, observed, because a lot of the times the Weather Service will put out a flash flood warning if a certain area has just seen a certain amount of rain. And they're like, okay, this is enough rain that we're probably going to at least see some flooding. We'll cautiously put out a flash flood warning, but we don't know if flash flooding is actually happening or not. That's not the case here. In this case, we know that there's flooding going on. And so, we certainly need to take that seriously. Let me see what some of these reports are. Reports of flash flooding on some of the roads. I think I saw a report earlier of some vehicles that were stranded, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, this is an ongoing situation. A lot of the times you'll get this when you've had training storms all day. You get done with the tornado stuff, and you're like, okay, we can finally take a breath. And then, unfortunately, you've got some flash flooding on the backside of it. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's just northwest of the one where there's a tornado warning. There's likely to be at least some hail in here. I haven't seen any reports of big hail coming out of this system recently. In fact, one thing that we like to do here, let me go to the no query on this. I mean, we've got some time tonight and things are in a relative lull. Let's take a little cross section of the storm, and then we can get an idea of how tall it is. How tall is this storm? How's it behaving? How high up in the storm are we seeing really big particles? Mess with this a little bit and just move it back and forth. Yeah, so we still got some pretty big stuff. Maybe not as high in the storm as we had earlier. So, if we were going to have a big hailstorm, I'd like to see these high returns be probably a little bit higher up in the storm, if I'm being honest. So I'm not as concerned about hail with this one overall, but just an interesting thing you can do there with the radar and just get a vertical cross-section of it so you can see what's going on in the vertical. All right, tornado watch is in effect here. This is for still northeastern parts of Texas. We can't completely rule out some storms forming a little bit later on. So far, we're doing all right. But later on this evening into the overnight, we could see some storms develop on the backside of the system. We still have a lot of moisture and some pretty unstable air that's down there. They've been capped throughout the day. We'll see what happens over the next several hours. Oklahoma City still technically under a tornado watch. I'd imagine they'll probably start to shave this down a little bit over the next little while. And let's look at the radar here and see what do things look like for Oklahoma City. Well, we still have the cold front that's to the west. So here's your cold front. You can kind of see where it is with the storms that are north of Wichita. The cold front's about to roll through Wichita, by the way, and you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it when it comes through. Temperatures right now are in the 60s, and they're going to be down in the 30s within a couple of hours. So it's going to be a sharp one. Oklahoma City's in the low 70s, and that front is still pretty well up toward the northwest. So we'll see if it pops anything off. Let me look at a couple of different forecast models. This is where it's interesting to dive into some of the high-res models. And, I know we're getting into the nitty-gritty here, but I'm curious whether Oklahoma City is going to have any storms through tonight. So here's the Fox weather model. We'll take it from here on out. And, yeah, it's got maybe a little something trying to form on the south side of that front. If I zoom out, you can see that's definitely the cold front up there. So timing is up at the top left of your screen. We're on the forecast model here now. This is not radar anymore. Let me go to another forecast model. This is the HRRR, the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. And we'll take this through time here over the next several hours. And this one's a little more bullish on the line of storms making it into Oklahoma City a little bit after midnight. Same deal for Wichita Falls, maybe even down toward Abilene, and then possibly into Dallas by the early morning. So the threat, if we do see anything in Dallas, would likely be very late after midnight, like during the early morning hours. But that's an interesting difference between the forecast models. I think I kind of prefer, which one do you prefer right now, Sam? It's a tough question.
I guess the her.
The her. Okay, I put you on the spot. I know. Yeah, the way that line looks right now, I think we'll be able to tell how it's going to go down about 30 minutes to an hour from now. See if that line of storms along the front extends farther toward the south or not. But the point is, a couple different possible outcomes. Prepare for the worst. We may have a pretty decent kick-in line of storms here going on through the overnight. We'll keep you updated with that.
Oh my gosh. We need to go because the storage shed just blew off and everything came out. We just need to go through that lane.
Wow, huge tornado that we had up in southern Michigan earlier. At least 4 people confirmed dead and dozens injured, and they're still doing search and rescue. This was earlier on this afternoon. We'll get you more details on that horrifying situation coming up.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, welcome back to Fox Weather. We've been following a lot of severe weather that's been going on through parts of the plains. Been a rough night of severe weather for a lot of people, and really the afternoon was pretty bad also over in Michigan. If you want to grab your phone and follow along with the Fox Weather blog, there's so many newsy bits as far as what's happened throughout the day. We update this by the minute. And it's amazing what a good job they do behind the scenes updating this blog. So if you want to follow the whole severe weather event, scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you right to it. Give it a whirl if you haven't tried it yet. Let me show you what's going on as we speak. This is it's still an ongoing situation. We got some storms that are still active in the heartland. I got a lot of stuff on this map. It's my one-stop shop where we've got storm reports. Those are LSRs. You can see all these little dots. You can see some of the tornadoes. Some are hail. And we're starting to see a couple of wind reports, straight line damaging wind coming out of this cluster. Let me take off the convective outlooks here, just so we can get a better look at the radar here. So this is a line of storms that's just north of Springfield. Anytime you see a line of storms and there's a bit of a bowed out bulge like that, pretty likely that it's going to be causing some damaging wind. And we had a report of some wind damage here a little bit farther toward the west as this line of storms came through. They were saying, well, a gust of 63 also, actually. And if I zoom in on this even more, maybe we can query a couple more of these. Let's see what we got. Let's see, semi turned over, injury accident, so that's not good. And we've got tree down and power pole down. So what you would expect with some of those straight line damaging winds. And these are actually some of the first reports of straight line damaging wind that we've had throughout the day. It's been a lot of hail up toward the north, and of course we've had just a terrible day of tornadoes. It's not like there have been many tornadoes. You know, I wouldn't classify this, at least so far, as a tornado outbreak, but probably the worst tornado that's ever happened in Michigan history happened a little bit earlier on during the afternoon. It was really wild how relatively small the supercell was. It was a totally isolated supercell, just out there by itself before the main line of storms worked through, and it just caught itself right along the warm front, got some spin, started to crank, and this was it. You see this tiny little cell here? When you see some of the video from this tornado, it's absolutely unbelievable. And again, at least 4 people were killed in Union City. When you zoom in on this, there's Union City. Here's 3 bridges. You've probably seen the video out of 3 bridges, all the debris flying around and everything. It actually got stronger when it came into Union City, and we're working on trying to get some more video out of there, but they've still got the search and rescue that's going on. We're sending Haley Meyer up there. She's going to be reporting throughout the day tomorrow, and yeah, it's a very bad situation. It's complete destruction in parts of town. It's easily an EF3 plus tornado. I can tell you that based on experience, just looking at some of the damage. I wouldn't be surprised if they find maybe even higher than that. So a very rare situation. Okay, so still a bunch of people without power, obviously, up in that county. We'll keep you updated with that. I just wanted to let you guys know about that storm even though it seems like it was detached from like the main storm system itself. Of course, it was, part of the storm system, but it was pretty well east of where the worst of the outlook was, right? So there's been a batch of storms that rode through Michigan over the last hour or two. That has weakened quite a bit. No warnings along it, so we're not doing too bad there. I showed you the warning that's coming into southwestern Missouri, a little bit north of Springfield, north of I-44. That one's going to cause some damaging wind. It already has. And then we've got this storm that is still in northeastern Oklahoma. And we've been watching this supercell for a long time. And it's had this look for a long time, just that classic textbook supercell. And it's somewhat along a line of storms, too. So I suppose kind of an embedded supercell to some degree. Let's see when this tornado warning goes until 10:15 Central. Hail size, not that big. If you were with us the last block, we took a little cross-section of the storm, and we didn't see that much big stuff very high in the storm. So maybe the updraft's starting to weaken a little bit, but we still got rotation there, that's for sure. Spavinaw, right over Spavinaw. Look at this. That looks like solid rotation, and so does this. So where is this in relation to the hook? Let's check it out. Oh, it's a complex storm in there, and I don't think the Weather Service has seen anything that makes them want to put a tornado confirmed tag on this, but given the history of this cell, I would take this very seriously. Honestly, that's starting to look a little more dangerous to me. So you got Spavinaw, you have Cleta, or Cleta, something like that. I'm sure you know that I'm talking about you, even if I pronounced it wrong. And then Xena is going to be up here farther toward the northeast. And at this point, again, we're starting to get pretty close to the border between Oklahoma and Missouri. So a lot of storms that are still ongoing. One cluster of storms I've been watching super closely is this cluster of storms that has developed right out ahead of the cold front in Kansas. We're a little bit northeast of Wichita, and this is where we find Fox Weather exclusive storm tracker Brandon Coppett. I'm glad to be able to bring you in here. So what made you pick this batch of storms, and how do you think it's going to pan out from here on out, Brandon?
Do you want some optimism or do you want the truth?
I want the truth. Give it to me straight.
I think the fries are in the bag, honestly. It's not looking the best out here. That was close. That was scary. I'm standing outside in a close bolt. I think it's trying to tell me something else right now. But no, it definitely feels a little chilly out here. We wanted to play this target today because it was really the highest threshold of the best parameter space, but we have not had a storm be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the meso-analysis from the Storm Prediction Center, and there's a lot of upward vertical motion there, but maybe things just got going a little bit too late. Maybe there are a lot of different. What do you think was the main factor? Like, if you had to pick a couple of things as to why these storms are not behaving maybe as strongly as they could, what would you say?
Well, I think it would come down to a multitude of things. We've got that main cluster to our southeast that's really cutting off the good inflow layer for this storm. So these storms aren't really getting fed as much. As we got into nightfall, we had that convective inhibition setting in, so most of our storms have been elevated. And that's also been another struggle. It seems like the storms also haven't been able to really get deeply rooted. Haven't really seen them much higher than 35,000 feet. So we really haven't had any established storms down here.
Yeah. And you got the cold front right off to your west. At this point, you might as well drive west and see if you can get a little freezing rain or something like that. There have been a few reports of that farther off towards your north. And the temperature is going to crash, as I'm sure you know. This has been a really interesting day, Brandon. Where did you start the day, and how did you progress as the day went on?
I started the day in El Reno, Oklahoma, and I actually drove all the way up to almost the Nebraska border north of Salina, Kansas.
Wow.
I really thought the environment was primed up there, but the big fail mode up there was the cold front undercutting storms, and that's exactly what happened. Nothing initiated east of the cold front. Everything fired just behind it, so everything was elevated. It was very cold. It was a very well-defined cold front, and then made my way over towards Topeka and then decided to come down here to see if this environment was going to be realized, and it still is not. It's been difficult after seeing what happened in Michigan. Myself, Corey, and another chaser friend of ours, Jaden, we all live within 2 hours of where that tornado occurred. So, not only from the aspect of storm chasers, but that's our home turf, and we feel more obligated to be there for the people that we live near. And it's been making it very difficult, and our thoughts and prayers are obviously with the families that lost their lives and those that were injured in that tornado.
Unbelievable situation. I mean, just such a rare thing to see, like this time of year, that one little rogue cell. And, you know, you look at it on radar and you're like, okay, yeah, it's spinning. You've clearly got a tornado going on. And then you see the video of it, and it's just unreal. I mean, that's easily going to be EF3+, I think, and that's something you don't see very often up in that part of the country. Weather Service will have their hands full with that one for sure, with the surveying over the next couple of days. So you guys are headed back north after this? You headed home, or are you going to do any chasing on Saturday?
Yeah, so first off, to lead off with just what you said, you know, it gave me kind of a Lake City, Arkansas, but of Michigan kind of vibes with how much violent motion it had in it, the little horizontal vortex, too. It's really just going to come down to how well built those homes were, but that doesn't change the lives that were impacted. Right now, we're watching this storm, but honestly, I think I'm going to start heading north. I'll drive home during the day tomorrow. I'll get one day at home with the family and then back out south for the threat on Monday and Tuesday back out here in the plains.
Yeah, okay, so you guys are going to go after it a little bit on Monday. I know the Storm Prediction Center has Tuesday and Wednesday highlighted right now, but you guys think there could be a little bit of action on Monday too, huh?
I mean, potentially. I do think it's mostly a Tuesday and Wednesday thing. It really depends on the timing. Or I just completely misspoke because I haven't gotten nearly enough sleep.
Yeah, that will tend to happen when you're doing all that driving. Brandon, you know, I know it's been a long day. Appreciate the time talking to you here tonight. Sorry for the bust, but you know, it's always a good thing when tornadoes don't happen, right? We'll see you back here next time.
No complaints there.
Brandon, we appreciate it. Great job today. We'll talk to you later. All right, speaking of that forecast, I know we jumped ahead a little bit to next week, and we'll talk more about that in a bit. Let's talk about tomorrow's forecast, because we actually do have a chance for some severe weather tomorrow. It's not going to be as widespread or probably not as violent as what we've seen over the last couple of nights. We've got a level 2 risk in 2 separate spots. You've seen some video there out of Texas on Wednesday. It's been an active period, and we knew this was going to be the case with the overall setup that we had. So this is tomorrow's setup. We'll have some leftover storms around during the morning from like Dallas up to Little Rock. So I think that'll be your highest chance at seeing some storms there. And then farther to the northeast, it's almost kind of a split risk. Even though it's all the same storm system, there are going to be a couple of different areas, much like what we had today, where the risks are going to be a little bit different. So you get down closer to the Gulf Coast, really from the Red River down to the Gulf Coast and actually the lower Mississippi Valley too. We're going to have some storms that could produce some pretty large hail, could see some damaging wind in them, and the chance for a few tornadoes. None of this stuff looks like, you know, big tornado weather right now, or at least widespread. Again, at least right now. Sometimes the Storm Prediction Center will make a couple of tweaks in their forecast when they wake up in the Northeast. I think we're going to see some damaging wind, but I think wind gusts still will be the overall #1 threat with these storms that form down closer to the Gulf Coast. It'll be a couple of rounds. We'll have the leftover storms from whatever's still happening overnight tonight that rolls into, let's say, Dallas, Shreveport, areas like that through the morning. And then during the afternoon, things will really start to fire up a little bit more, and maybe we get another line of storms. We get into the Northeast, that other threat area, and that's where we could see a lot of damaging wind. You know, this always seems to be the case up in the Northeast, and I think it's because you got a lot of trees, it's very populated, et cetera. You're probably familiar with these setups. You get these isolated storms. There's not a huge amount of coverage of them, but the storms that pop up, they seem to produce just a huge amount of damage reports, specifically straight line damaging wind. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with like a day like that tomorrow. And the threat area, again, let me just run you through the forecast model on this real quick. So I've overlaid the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here with the level 2. And so we'll start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Clock's at the top left of your screen. This is the Fox weather model. And yeah, Pittsburgh is the spot, kind of right in the bullseye. I think you guys you'll have a pretty good chance at seeing some storms. And if they do roll through, they could be on the strong side. Same deal down in Charleston. We're pretty much done by the time we get to midnight up there. All right, guys. This is live video out of Tulsa. So this is damage most likely on the north side of town. It could be a little bit southeast of town too, because we had 2 separate supercells that happened at different times during the late afternoon and the evening that affected different parts of town. And both of them looked like they produced a tornado. You could see the tornado on radar, and we had some reports from scanners. The middle of town in Tulsa did not get hit by a tornado, but this is some of the some of the surrounding area, at least in the metro. So we will watch that super closely, and we'll continue to check in here on the feed of our affiliate, Fox 23 down in Tulsa. Still some severe weather to go tonight before all is said and done, and we'll be with you here for the next little while. Hang tight. Fox Weather will be right back.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-853-9750. That's 800-853-9750. Again, 800-853-9750.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called Select Quote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to Select Quote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system. Evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated to increase airflow and release excess heat, an orthopedic designed alloy support panel, and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture. The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com or call 1-800-258-3998. Order right now and your shipping is free. CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Welcome back in. Fox Weather's your Severe Weather HQ. I'm Ari Sarsalari. Thanks a lot for being with us tonight. We've been tracking severe weather. It's basically what we're doing all night tonight because it's been a big day of severe weather, from the huge tornado that we had in Michigan earlier on in the afternoon that's killed at least 4 people, and they're still doing search and rescue, to a couple of tornadoes that were confirmed down in Oklahoma, not terribly far from Tulsa. So it has been a heck of a day, and I know we've had a couple of very active days of severe weather already. I know last night we had 2 fatalities from a storm that was in Fairview, Oklahoma. That was a devastating storm as well. So look, it's severe weather season already. This is actually out of Tulsa. So again, we don't know exactly which part of town this is on. There were 2 separate storms. One hit the north side of town and one hit the southeast side of town, kind of down closer to Broken Arrow. So clearly there's some damage. You can see the first responders, the emergency crews there, lots of different agencies there, I'm sure, checking out some of that tornado damage. And the Weather Service will be out there a lot over the next couple of days. They're going to have their hands full. There have been so many storms. Sam and I were just talking during break, and she was saying that she's surprised we're not seeing more reports of damage coming in out of Oklahoma yet. I think it's clearly there. You know, a lot of this has been going on after the sun has been down, so that's probably playing into it a little bit too, I would imagine. We'll probably see those storm reports start to really fill in, not only through the overnight, but certainly through the morning tomorrow. So we've got a couple tornado watches, actually a lot of tornado watches that are out here. Let me just zoom out on this so you can see the extent of it. It was from Dallas all the way up through Oklahoma City and Tulsa. Let's cover that side of it first, just to see what time these are until. That goes until 10 o'clock Central, so not in effect for that much longer. And then you get farther toward the north. This one is in effect until 1 a.m. This includes Kansas City. It includes Springfield. We've had a line of storms that's been moving through, mostly been producing straight line damaging wind. And then you get farther toward the north, and there's also a tornado watch in effect that goes up into Iowa. It includes Des Moines, up toward Waterloo, and right up to the Mississippi River there. So that's a huge area under a tornado watch. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that many people under a tornado watch. There's also a severe thunderstorm watch until 11 Eastern, so that's not going to be out for too much longer. That line of storms no longer as much of a threat as it looked like it was going to be a little bit earlier. Let me give you the wide view, show you where all the storms are. We have a couple different groups of storms, actually. This was going to be a complex day. I knew this. You know, just coming into work on the train, looking at all the forecasts and being like, whoa, it's going to be a tough story to tell. But actually, when the storms are ongoing as you're covering it, it's a lot easier than when you're trying to forecast an event like this, because you just go to where the warnings are. But here's the story. We have some storms here that are on the north side of our area of low pressure. This is actually a cold front, if that makes sense. Usually you'd have the area of low pressure, which I believe is centered right. Oh, let me see where the latest analysis of this is so I can get this right. It's a really broad area of low pressure, actually. It's kind of sitting from, you know, in between Oklahoma all the way up to Iowa. It's not a really concentrated low. But either way, this is the setup. We have a cold front right here. You can see some of those thin thunderstorms that are along the cold front between Wichita and, let's say, northwestern Missouri. We have a small cluster of storms that tried to develop just south of the cold front. That's where our storm trackers were. It was a whiff for them today. I don't think those storms are going to develop into anything. And then we have this big cluster of storms that started down in Oklahoma. That's the cluster of storms that created the tornado damage, or likely tornado damage, that you saw in that video from our affiliate down in Tulsa. Now, this video that you're seeing down below me, that's video from southern Michigan, which when you look at the outlook that we had today, right, they were in an outlook, but it was only a level 1. This was a rogue storm. This wasn't supposed to happen. Every once in a while, something like this can happen and take you by surprise a little bit, but this was truly horrifying to see. Let me take the storm reports off here so you can get an idea. I'm going to take everything off of this and just show you the supercell that caused that tornado. No, it wasn't any of this. It was not any of this. And by the way, that tornado is down here in the southwestern part of the state. It was this. You see this little cell right here? And it started around like 2:30. Close to I-80 in South Bend. Wasn't producing a tornado yet at that time. And then it came farther toward the east like this. All of a sudden, it's got that hook shape to it, and it had a confirmed tornado. You could see it on radar. There were spotters that saw it, and it created a tremendous amount of damage. It killed at least 4 people, 3 of those in Union City, which is, let me show you where that town is. It's northeast of Three Rivers. You saw some of the video that was just playing below me of the Three Rivers aspect of this, and then here is Union City, and parts of town are just absolutely leveled. So yeah, there's the video from Three Rivers, and that looks violent, doesn't it? Well, it got way stronger when it came into Union City, where it killed, again, at least 3 people in Union City. There was another death somewhere else in the county. This is just the information that we're getting here recently, and I believe they're still doing search and rescue. So this was a prefrontal, or I shouldn't say prefrontal, there was a warm front that was draped over this area, and sometimes a storm can just latch onto a warm front and ride along it, and that's what this one did, and it strengthened as it did so. Just a terrible situation. I mean, even when the main batch of storms came through, they weren't that bad. That was so unlucky to get a storm like that up there, and it's probably going to end up being one of the strongest tornadoes that Michigan has ever seen in its history. We just had a few tidbits here that were posted in our Slack. Hold on a second, I got to read this. Greg Diamond said, the earliest EF3 in Michigan was March 15th, 2012. So this would be the earliest. Yeah. So this was March 6th. There's not been an EF4 tornado in Michigan since 1977. I think this one has a chance at being EF4. I'm not going to sit here and try to rate the tornado, but based on a lot of the videos and pictures I'm seeing, especially on social media, I feel super comfortable. It's easily EF3. Easily EF3. There's no way it's weaker than that. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's worse than that. All right, let's get to what's going on right now. So we've seen this line of storms just over the last hour or two, really like the last hour, just light up with warnings. Luckily, not many of them are tornado warnings, but it's the same group of storms that's coming out of northeastern Oklahoma, starting to roll into Missouri. And maybe we can see if we got a Springfield camera at some point. Obviously, Joplin's a good pick, too, because we got the storm that's going right through Joplin right now. But Springfield's going to take a shellacking from this storm before too long. Also, I-44 here has been a mess to drive in northeastern Oklahoma for the last few hours. And now if you're headed northeast on it, anywhere between Joplin and Springfield, you're going to at least see some lightning over the next 10, 15 minutes, and then the rain will fill in. You may see some hail, too. This part of the storm in particular, just north of Springfield, north of the highway, has a history of producing some damaging wind gusts. A little bit farther toward the southwest, there were a couple reports of some actual wind damage, and there was an actual a recorded wind gust of 63 miles per hour. And just for reference, in order for a storm to be technically severe, the wind gust has to be 58 miles per hour or more. All right, there's Springfield. Thanks for pulling that up, guys. So again, right now, and it's always tough to tell which direction the camera is actually looking. I'm not seeing any lightning on it. There is lightning in these storms, by the way. I just usually turn it off while I'm doing the intense severe weather coverage because it makes it a little bit harder to see the details of the storm that are important to diagnose whether there's a tornado or damaging wind and all that kind of stuff. But actually, this is kind of interesting. It doesn't look like there's that much lightning in here. Oh, it's just starting to populate now. Not as much lightning as the storms had earlier, that's for sure. But we could see maybe some small hail in these guys. I think the wind's going to be the number one threat. These are not as tall of storms as what we had earlier. So I think just some gusty storms here that we'll have to watch out for some rotation within. They're starting to look a little bit messier. That's a good thing. Messy is a good look when we're looking at thunderstorms that have been tornadic at points throughout the day. How about this one just starting to come out of northeastern Oklahoma? That would be where the tornado is, if there is a tornado. And this is a tornado warning, by the way. Let me throw up the warning info on it. It's until 10:15 Central. It's for Delaware County. Let me take a quick peek at the velocities on it. And there's some kind of rotation in there. Appears pretty broad right now. I would take it seriously, though, based on the history of that storm. Xena, be in your safe space. You got a tornado-warned storm rolling through.
We started hearing thunder and a whole bunch of then we heard a big old boom, and we were going through
the lights were like flickering on and off. One time they just completely shut off, and you can just hear all these big things just swinging and hitting the store from top to the bottom, the sides, everywhere.
Absolutely unbelievable tornado damage up in southern Michigan. We'll have more on that coming up. It's an ongoing situation, still search and rescue happening even after the sun has gone down. And that tornado happened a long time ago, several hours ago. It was around 3, 4 o'clock or so Eastern, or Central time, I should say. No, they're in Eastern, my bad. We're going to do more severe weather coverage coming up right after the break. There's a lot going on, so hang tight.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-853-9750. That's 800-853-9750. Again, 800-853-9750.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-3067. That's 1-800-575-3067, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger, with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. Look at that. You just snap your fingers, all of a sudden it's severe weather season. And we just had a blizzard here a couple of weeks ago. Seems like just yesterday. There's still snow on the ground, at least at my place in New Jersey. And guess what? There's actually some snow that's falling in parts of Kansas and Nebraska, even though there's severe weather going on just to the east of it. We've got a sharp cold front that's rolling through that area right now. Sorry, I'm on the wrong graphic. Hang tight. Those are our storm trackers who are basically giving up right now. They're on a dying little cluster of storms, and they kind of whiffed on it a little bit today. That's all right. It happens from time to time. Every storm chaser has dealt with that before. Line of storms to the east of where those guys were, that's going to roll through Springfield pretty soon, especially north of Springfield, Missouri. Some big-time wind gusts on the way. And by the way, I wanted to report this to you guys, too. Sam pointed it out to me, and maybe I'll just go to my storm reports graphic here, but there was a wind gust. Yeah, there was a wind gust from this storm. This is the one probably here, right? Oh, the bottom one. This was 66 miles per hour. You go farther south, Pryor Creek. This was a storm that actually had a tornado warning on it at the time. And this dot that you see here, right over Pryor Creek, several storm trackers reported wind gusts of 80 to 90 miles per hour on the south side of Pryor. So that's straight line wind, 80 to 90 miles per hour. Nasty batch of storms, and it's now starting to move up into Missouri. Seems like it's changing over into more of a straight line wind event. I think the tornadic, or at least the atmosphere, was a little bit more conducive for spin a little bit farther toward the south. It's not to say that we couldn't have a spin up tornado or two along this line, but usually as an event goes on, once you start to see this shape, kind of that bowed out structure, rather than the individual supercells with hook echoes, like we've seen in so many cases earlier on today and last night, et cetera. And we're still seeing some of that down here in Oklahoma, so we'll watch those storms closely. But, you know, hopefully, and I hope I'm not speaking too soon on this, we might start to be at the point where we're climbing out of the worst of this. We may. Now, there's still a lot of severe weather. Don't get me wrong. And there still is a tornado warning that's up in northeastern Oklahoma right now, where you can still see that hook shape on the storm. So, you know, I guess the idea is we're not seeing multiple storms that look like this right now. It's just this one, but look at that. A big time hook echo on that one that could have a tornado moving toward Grove, Oklahoma. Let's go out to our affiliate. We're going to take their shot live, Fox 23 in Tulsa, where they've had a couple tornadoes earlier.
What does it look like cleaning up something like this? And they said it looks like a lot of time and a lot of hard work. So definitely want to make sure we're having grace for those people who are out here trying their best to do their jobs. I also got to talk to the Tulsa Fire Department. They went in and made sure that nobody was in Tulsa Tech while the tornado came through. Happily, they reported that nobody was in there, nobody was hurt, but they did say it looks like it could be a couple months before that building is going to be up and running again. They said the doors, windows were all knocked out in one big swoop. I also spoke to someone from Global Disaster Solutions out of the Dallas area. They came because they knew that these storms had a chance of being very destructive, and so as soon as they saw the damage at Tulsa Tech, they went over to see if they could help out and try their best to be of any service. We've seen lots of people even just coming through these roads. I've seen the city of Tulsa, we've seen IMSA, lots of people out here trying to make sure everybody is safe and doing okay. And speaking of staying safe, make sure you can stay at home. There's no need to be out if you don't need to be. Debris is around, the roads are wet. It's definitely not good conditions to be out here driving in. We're going to try our best to stay safe. You should as well. Make sure you're staying tuned in to Fox 23, either through our website or live here on the broadcasts. Laura and James are going to make sure that you are safe. Live covering news that matters. Paige Orr, Fox 23 News.
All right, yeah, so that was our affiliate down in Tulsa, Fox 23, and it looks like for the time being, Tulsa is out of the worst of it. There's still going to be some storms that roll through later on. It's interesting to see how strong they will be. I don't think they will be nearly as strong as these storms that we had come through this afternoon. But look at this. This is the cold front up here. It's a sharp cold front, and for most of the day, it's mainly been up in Kansas that the storms have been popping up along the front. But look at this, just over the last little while, maybe the last 15, 20 minutes, unless that's a radar artifact. A little bit tough to tell. Yeah, it just popped up out of nowhere. I don't know if that's actually storms or a radar artifact. Point is, this cold front may fill in a little bit throughout the night, and you guys may see a couple more storms through the overnight into the early morning, and you've got a chance at seeing that happen also in places like Oklahoma City and Dallas. So, make sure you have a way of getting weather info, foxweather.com, and you can always watch us free, live. Well, severe weather turned deadly in western Oklahoma last night when a mother and her young daughter were killed after a tornado tossed their van as they were driving. It's a terribly sad story. And earlier on Fox Weather, Kiana Lewis spoke with a family member of the mother and daughter. Take a listen to this.
So at around 9:30, I got a call from my brother, who was in contact with my brother-in-law. And he let me know that my sister and niece had passed away. And then we coordinated efforts to contact the rest of our family and let them know what had happened. It was a very tragic and terrible accident. My sister, Jody, was driving home from Fairview, trying to get home to her other two children who were at home. They were on a phone call with my other nephew and niece, letting them know they needed to take cover because the tornado was coming. And while she was on the phone with my other niece, Lexi screamed, and then the phone was disconnected. And it's at that time that the tornado had lifted their car up and thrown it into a field, and they were both killed at that time. So I've been talking with a lot of my family and friends and churchgoers, letting them know of this tragedy. My sister Jody was a beautiful mother. She had 8 children. And she was loved by everyone in her community. She worked hard at the local school. Her children were in the band. She loved Oklahoma. I'm here in Utah, and so they moved away a few years back, and so we've missed them during that whole time. But luckily, I've been able to keep in contact with them as they've lived in Oklahoma. They've came and visited with us, and actually just spoke with her 3 days ago on the phone. So I'm glad I had that opportunity to talk to her. I know that my sister, she had a deep faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and we know that she met him that night as she passed away. And I know if she were here, she would probably say also that it was meant to be. And so we'll see her again someday. But for now, it's just a see you later.
What a sad story. That was a very powerful storm that created that tornado, which has now been rated, at least preliminarily, an EF2. Let's pivot and talk about the forecast for tomorrow, because we still have some severe weather in the forecast tomorrow. It's not likely to be nearly as bad as some of the higher end stuff that we've seen over the last couple of days. It's a level 2 risk. We've got 2 separate areas that we're really highlighting for a higher chance of severe weather. That would be parts of Texas into the lower Mississippi Valley. That's one spot. And then you get farther toward the north, and we're going to highlight parts of the interior Northeast up into the eastern Great Lakes. So it's all kind of the same storm system to some degree, but there are going to be some different effects that we could see, some different impacts from the storms. So I think a couple different rounds of storms down in this southern threat area. We're first off going to have some leftover storms from basically the ones that are going on overnight tonight, the cold front that's going to be rolling down to the southeast, and those could produce some gusty wind, maybe some hail. Can't completely rule out a tornado, but I think it's pretty unlikely. But then we get some more storms that fire up during the afternoon. You see this? Like during the afternoon, a bit of a better chance at some taller, more healthy storms that could produce some pretty windy storms, some wind gusts, maybe 65, 70 plus miles per hour, and some hail over quarter sized in diameter. And then we've got this area farther toward the north, where I think the number one threat is going to be damaging straight line wind. There's a little bit less wind shear as you get up here into the northern tier. So let me split these up a little bit, and we'll go through the forecast model just to show you exactly what they're looking like right now. And so, yeah, we're going to initialize this, or we're going to start this here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And again, all this stuff that you see here, this is all the leftovers from the storms that are ongoing right now. So they're going to continue to move to the southeast through the overnight. Round of storms for Dallas could be anytime during the morning, even into the early afternoon. I think late afternoon into the evening, you guys are done with the storms in Dallas. And then it's a bigger deal for places like Austin, Houston, let's say Monroe, Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi, etc. Then you get up into the northeast, and we're going to have kind of isolated storms. Not a huge amount of coverage, but it really will be an air mass that'll support some gusty, damaging wind. So we'll be here with you during it, and we'll keep you updated with how it goes. Well, Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. This was an unbelievable tornado that we had up in southern Michigan. Likely a high-end tornado. We'll have to see what the Weather Service rates it, but they'll have their hands full trying to do that over the next couple of days, I'm sure. Big-time storm. We'll have more on it coming up.
When you're a child fighting a critical illness, the days can be dark and scary. A hospital room becomes your bedroom. Your family worries and waits.
I'm always hoping, not another hospital visit, not another hospital visit. She does get sicker and stays sick longer, again, than like an average child.
And when I go to the doctor's office, they just check on me and make sure everything's going well. They do breathing tests because my lungs are bad.
But in the middle of these dark days, something extraordinary can happen.
Your wish was granted?
A wish granted by someone just like you. Call or go online to grantwishes.org. With a gift of just $20 a month, only 67 cents a day, you can help grant life-changing wishes for kids who need them most. Because when waiting kids have wishes to look forward to, they feel stronger. They fight harder.
Make-A-Wish is life-changing. It is life-affirming. It brings hope and healing into the lives of children and families each and every day.
But every 20 minutes, another child is diagnosed with a critical illness. Their treatment can't wait, and neither can their wishes. Call now or go to grantwishes.org today. Use your credit card, and you'll receive this exclusive t-shirt as a way to show you are helping grant wishes to waiting kids. Your generosity can help children be so much more than their illness. You'll transform them into train conductors, into dinosaurs, even bakers. And in a world that can seem scary, you can even help them heal.
Right now, we know that there are wish kids that need you.
Give now, because every one of these kids needs a wish to help them heal. Please, call or go online to grantwishes.org today.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
We're almost 50. We worked hard and built our dream life.
We're a two-income family. That means life would be very difficult if something happened to either one of us.
So how did we make sure our family and our lives were protected?
We called SelectQuote, where a licensed insurance agent found us each a policy under $1 a day.
We got covered the same day without a medical exam and saved thousands.
Thanks to SelectQuote, our family is protected and we can enjoy life.
Visit SelectQuote.com to shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers and see if you could save 50% or more.
Hey, welcome into Fox Weather. We're doing extended coverage of severe weather tonight. I'm Ari Sarsolari. If you want to grab your phone and follow along with us on the Fox Weather blog, it's got so much great information on all the storms that have been going on throughout the day and over the last couple of days. It updates every 5-10 minutes or so. It's amazing the work that they're putting into it behind the scenes. So it really is a one-stop shop to get all of the information you need about the severe weather, not only with the ongoing storms, but also the newsy aspects of it as far as like the damage that's happened. We had a huge storm that happened a little bit earlier down in southern Michigan, and it's caused so far at least 4 deaths, at least 3 of those in Union City, and they're still doing search and rescue up there. So it's still a developing situation. We're sending Haley Meyer out there. She's going to be reporting throughout the day tomorrow. When you see some of the damage from there, it's absolutely unbelievable. And that wasn't the only city that got hit by that tornado. We had a couple of other tornadoes that were down in parts of Oklahoma throughout the afternoon and the evening. So really, we were expecting a pretty big day of severe weather. And, overall, I would say we got it. A little bit early in the season to be seeing so much severe weather out in the plains. Usually it's a little bit farther toward the east and southeast, kind of a unique setup that we have overall. That was a shot of Tulsa, where the worst of the storms are over. You guys may get another batch of storms pretty late during the overnight when the cold front itself comes through. But this is the overall setup. We've still got the level 3 risk with some storms that are ongoing within it. It's been an interesting day, to say the least. We've had a couple different clusters of storms. And then on top of that, just as if that wasn't enough, we had one little individual supercell that just caught fire in southern Missouri. And that's the one where you see all these storm reports here. You see these are reports of tornadoes. These are reports of hail. This was actually the main line of storms that was forecast to be the big severe weather maker, or the possible severe weather maker. But a little bit earlier, it was around 3 o'clock or so Central Time, between like 3 and 4 o'clock, we had ourselves a humongous tornado, and it was from this tiny little cell. This was the tail end of it right here. We just got some new video in from Union City, and it is absolutely unbelievable. Look at this.
Luke, there is a tornado. Holy crap. There goes a house.
Holy, that is something else. Wow, that is violent. This is some of the more violent tornado video I think I've ever seen. And I don't say that lightly. I've seen pretty much every video of every tornado that exists on the internet. And if you showed me this video and said, where do you think this is from? I can assure you I would not guess Union City, Michigan. This is unreal. And it's just absolutely shredding everything in its path. And from some of the pictures I've seen, there have been certain spots where houses have been knocked off of their slab. That's something you generally see only in high-end tornadoes. Very close to complete debarking of trees. So all that debris is flying around so fast that it just shaves all of the bark off of the trees. And, they get snapped. And then even the stumps get their bark shaved off. Look at that. That's houses being destroyed right there. And that's Union Lake in Union City. Okay, kind of a smaller lake there, but it has a bunch of little communities on the outskirts. And it's hard to watch. It really is hard to watch, because that at least 3 people died in Union City during this tornado. I mean, who would be expecting a tornado like that in Michigan this time of year. Here's the other thing I noticed about this tornado. Just looking at that video, I mean, there were like multiple vortices. You could see even like some horizontal vortices and then some vertical ones that were going around the main condensation funnel. Again, these are all types of things like you would expect to see in Alabama during a tornado outbreak. Just an unbelievable storm, and I want to look back on it a little bit since we're in I won't say a complete lull, but compared to the tornadoes that we had going on earlier, we're in a bit of a lull in the severe weather down in Oklahoma and Missouri. But this was it. And you might be looking at this thinking, boy, that doesn't look like much. That's a tiny little cell. The main storms were actually way farther off toward the west at that time, but this thing just caught fire. It latched itself to a warm front that was sitting up here, and it got cranking. And once it started rotating, it turns out the atmosphere there was really conducive for an extremely violent tornado. I mean, I can look at that video, and then, of course, more importantly, some of the damage that it did. I can easily say that's going to be an EF3 plus tornado, maybe even 4. I don't think that's off the table. And, of course, the Weather Service will have their hands full trying to rate that over the next few days. It's going to take a while. It did a lot of damage. So it initially came in from the west, and this was very, very close to, what is the highway here, Sam? Can you remember? This is I-80, right? Am I wrong on that? I think it's I-80. Double check on it for me if you get a chance. But yeah, it was basically just north of the highway, started near Milton, and then came down near Calvin. And you've seen the other video near Three Rivers where there's all the debris flying around. You see the roof comes off of some of the buildings in the main part of town. And then, it's kind of unclear in between here whether the tornado was still down or whether it reformed. And it was, either way, it was way stronger in Union City. There's no doubt about that. That is incredibly violent motion at the surface. And you know what I just noticed on this video? Toward the end of it, maybe we can take this full again, guys, if you want. But what you notice is that there's still ice on the lake. And toward the end of the video, you can actually see, if you look at the surface of the lake close to the shoreline where the tornado is, you will actually see the tornado pulling up some of the ice off of the lake. In some of the strongest tornadoes, we always talk about something called ground scouring. It's where you can actually see like the tornado has dug into the ground, and usually it's in soil. So I just find it fascinating just how often has a situation like this ever happened where you've got ice on a lake and you have a tornado that violent going on while it was still cold enough recently. Look at the bottom right of the screen right here. I think this is about the time that it happens. And geez, to see those houses getting, look at that. Did you see that? It's kind of brief there, but you can see some water getting pulled up through the ice. That's incredible. This is one of the wilder tornado videos I've seen in a very, very long time. And I'm pinching myself. I can't believe that this happened in Michigan, of all places. Just everything that you typically see in a violent tornado in the plains or, down in Dixie Alley, places like, look at the little satellite vortex on the left side right there. So it wasn't just the main tornado. You also had a couple of multiple vortices that were rotating around the whole thing. So really, really messy situation. They've still got power that's out up there. And just in case you were wondering what the high-resolution, up-close radar looks like on this. Just a classic supercell, albeit the supercell itself was on the small side. The tornado that it produced was one of the more, it's probably going to end up as, if not the strongest, one of the strongest tornadoes that Michigan has ever seen. And by the way, Union City, no stranger to tornadoes. When was it, Sam? 24 last year? Or was it 25?
May 2024.
May 2024, they got hit by a tornado. What's the background on that one again?
It was the first tornado emergency in Michigan.
Okay. Do we know what the rating was on it? Okay. Sam's going to look for that. But it certainly wasn't as strong as this one. I can guarantee you that. This is going to be a huge story over the next couple of days, guys. And honestly, I think the biggest story that's come out of the entire day, it's wild that it's a part of the storm that we really weren't expecting, anything like that. That's for sure. Nobody was expecting this. So we got a lot of instability along that warm front. I mentioned that sometimes a storm can just attach to a warm front and, start doing its thing. And just everything that could have gone wrong with this went wrong. The southerly winds, lots of humid air pretty far up toward the north. And, there was a lot of spin. There was a lot of spin down in the low levels of the atmosphere. I think the fact that the storm was around in the first place is the most surprising thing. Really what we were waiting for up here was the line of storms to come in from the west and then the possibility of maybe a spin-up tornado or two along the line. But we got a supercell that formed ahead of the line, and we talk about this very often in a lot of severe weather setups. You're always watching those individual supercells that form before the line gets through. And so this one formed, and it created that. And so far, at least 4 people confirmed dead. Okay, so the one that we had back in 24 was, 24 or 25? 24 was a EF1, and this one's easily going to be EF3, maybe EF4. We'll see. We'll see. I feel pretty comfortable saying that. There was also some damage in Three Rivers. I mean, they had to delay the kids going home from school because the school in Three Rivers got some damage from the tornado. And just to give you an idea of the just the path of it, looking at the high-res radar here, look at just that tiny little supercell when you look at it on the radar, but just such an incredibly violent tornado that's going on down at the surface with that. So yeah, direct hit in Three Rivers, direct hit in Union City, and you can see the whole rotation track right there. Went through Mendon too. I'm interested to see also what was going on in between Three Rivers and Union City while that was an ongoing tornado. Was it consistently on the ground for this long? If so, that would be a pretty long track, I would imagine. So a lot of things on the table here. Certainly that's going to be a historic tornado for the state of Michigan. That's a very rare type of situation to see something like that up there. And we hope that we don't see anything like that anytime soon or really ever again. It's just a horrifying situation there overall. I just can't believe that happened. All right, let's go to the storms that are happening right now, farther toward the south. We've had so many different clusters of storms throughout the day, plus one unexpected massive supercell that created a historic deadly tornado in southern Michigan. So I have everything on this map. I've got the storm reports, I've got the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, and I have the warnings and the radar. Is that enough stuff? Maybe we should take a few things off of this. But I like this because I can look at it and just see exactly what's going on. These were some tornado reports from earlier from this cluster of storms when it was down in Oklahoma. And now it's starting to be less of a tornado-y looking line. There's one tornado warning, which we'll take a close look at in just a second. Let me take the convective outlook off on here. We've had a few reports of some straight line damaging wind, and it looks like we may be transitioning over to more of a mostly straight line wind type of event, because what we're seeing is everything is congealing into a line. It was kind of linear earlier, but you had a lot of supercells that were embedded within the line. And now, you start to see these structures, like a boat-out structure like you see northeast of Springfield. And once you start to see that, that's when you know that you're going to be looking at mostly straight-line wind. Now, can you get some inflow in here and get a spin-up tornado within the line somewhere? Yes, but it's usually a more brief and less strong tornado than you would typically see in a individual supercell, like the one you saw up there in Michigan, and also like the ones that we had a little bit earlier. Let me take this back a little bit, actually. Let's go back the last 12 hours. And if I set this to data time instead of system time on here, I should be able to get these storm reports to show up in real time. Okay, so I just want to show you the progression of the storms throughout the day. So they started, this was earlier, the clock's going to be up at the top left of your screen. And so on the tornado one, I need to go data time too. There we go. Okay. So they started to pop up like around and east of Oklahoma City. We started to see some hail reports immediately. And then we got a tornado report southwest of Tulsa. And then they were rolling through Tulsa. And we had a couple different reports of tornadoes from that same cell. Really a nasty cluster of storms. And then again, they continued to move to the northeast, and now they've really gone linear, more or less. And this is usually the progression throughout the day. Highest chance for tornadoes a little bit earlier on in the event. As we get deeper into it, it becomes more of a line, and then it's more of the straight line wind. So Springfield, you guys haven't been hit by this yet, but it'll be coming within the hour. So be prepared. There's Pittsburgh, Kansas. We've also got the cold front, a couple of storms back along the cold front here, and some new storms are starting to pop along that cold front farther toward the south. I-35 north of Oklahoma City. These could strengthen a little bit as they, approach eastern Oklahoma. I don't think they're going to be nearly, in fact, I'm very confident they're not going to be nearly as bad as this. This was the main event, and it's still going on. The cold frontal little batch of some quick showers and storms, they can get a touch on the gusty side, but the worst part about the cold front coming through is the temperatures. I mean, the temperatures are literally in the 30s back here to the northwest of Wichita, and we've got 60 still in a lot of these places out ahead of the front.
Luke, there is a tornado. Holy crap. There goes a house.
Unbelievable video of a tornado that I've seen in recent history. Union City, Michigan. At least 4 people killed in this tornado, 3 of them in Union City. And it's going to be a long couple of days here, not only surveying the tornado, but they're still doing search and rescue right now. That's how much damage there was. A very rare event to see a tornado that big, and we're going to continue to show this video because I want people to see the violence of this tornado. Something you don't see very often in Michigan. We'll be right back.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't. You need an expert in your corner.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code TV35 or go to lifelock.com/TV35 to join today.
All right, we still have some severe weather going on. I'm Ari Sarsalari. We are your severe weather HQ here at Fox Weather, and we're tracking some storms that are kind of transferring from Oklahoma over into Missouri. The storms are starting to go a little bit more linear, meaning that the chance for tornadoes, it's still there, but not quite as high as it was earlier. We had a lot of damage around the Tulsa area, not in the middle of town, but a couple of tornadoes that hit on the outskirts of town. And we're still trying to figure out exactly what happened from there. You were seeing some stuff in NWS chat, Sam. You want to let me know when any of that's reportable? Yes. Okay, Sam's going to let me know. We've seen some stuff. There may have been some injuries / deaths. Not 100% sure on that, so I want to make sure we get the information correct. We do know that there were at least 4 deaths up in lower Michigan from a nasty, terrible supercell thunderstorm that produced a massive tornado. Okay, Oklahoma is confirmed. What are the details? Okmulgee County, and is that the county that includes Tulsa, or is that farther northeast? South of Tulsa. Okay, so that, geez, that's from this storm. You can actually see when you look at the storm reports here, tornado, tornado, tornado. Let me take this off here real quick, actually, so we can get a cleaner look. That was not what I wanted to do. Hang tight. So I will get good at these graphics one day. Let me just go right back to this. Hang tight. Okay, so I wanted to show you the track of a couple of these storms. So I mentioned Tulsa proper didn't actually get hit, but there was one storm that was just on the north side of town. And you can see the populations, like when you look at the map, you can see where the more heavily populated part of town is. There was a report of a tornado up here, but it looks like the report of the deaths, 2 confirmed deaths, would be south of Tulsa. Can you look at these LSRs, Sam, and okay,
the
this
LSR
one?
and Beggs show damage.
Okay.
And that is in Okmulgee County. I'm not sure if that's related. But
Okay, so I would imagine that that was probably where the deaths took place. And so here was the radar a little bit earlier. Yes, we had a supercell that went through there, and there was a report also of a tornado. Let me see what it says. Corrects previous tornado report. TDS on radar, reports of damage. So TDS means tornado debris signature. So basically the radar could see and know that there was a tornado. And it's always rough then. Like you're covering this stuff. You see that there are tornadoes. You see that there are tornado debris signatures. And you just hope for the best. And you know, it takes a couple of hours usually for the information to filter in. So terribly sad to hear about that. That's south of Tulsa that we had 2 deaths that have been confirmed from these tornadoes. Or from that tornado. So far today, we've had 6 fatalities, 4 of them in Michigan and 2 of them in the state of Oklahoma, just south of Tulsa. And then, of course, last night we had the 2 fatalities near Fairview, Oklahoma, the mother and daughter that were driving in their car that ended up getting hit by the tornado, which, by the way, I believe was rated an EF2. So there's been a lot of severe weather going on the last couple of days. We've just, you know, we're diving right into severe weather season right after it seems like it technically still is winter, astronomical winter at least. Look at all these reports up here. I mean, it's just... I don't know that I would call this a tornado outbreak. There were a couple tornado-producing storms. Certainly wouldn't call it a tornado outbreak. But we had the strong storms that did produce tornadoes. And now you can see some of the other storm reports that have been coming in recently have been more of the straight-line wind damage, right? Where you see those blue ones, that's straight-line wind. Where you see the red ones, these are reports of tornadoes. And the other one, the Pentagon white thing, is a report of hail. Let me take those off here and let's just look at the radar and see what's going on with this tornado warning. Approaching I-44, it just came over into Missouri from northeastern Oklahoma. So we'll go with the high-res radar on this and see what it looks like. What's our radar situation here? Not terribly close to the radar site, kind of in between them, but there's certainly a rotation there. Pretty impressive rotation, actually. The only thing is being far away from a radar site, we're actually looking a little bit higher up into the storm. And so it's tough to know if that rotation is actually mixing all the way down to the surface. But certainly a radar signature worthy of putting out a tornado warning for. So Goodman, Missouri, let's get in our safe spot right now. And I would do the same thing really anywhere within this warning box, because the storms have a history of producing tornadoes. This particular cell also, I bet you anything we could track this all the way back, and it was either the one that was north or south of Tulsa, but it's been doing its thing for quite a while. I've been watching this, and I've seen the tornado warning on this for quite some time. Just to check here, could we see any debris? Probably wouldn't see it this far from the radar anyway, unless it was a really big, violent tornado. And no, we're not seeing any debris on the radar, but there is some rotation in that storm. And even though things are starting to go linear, where the main threat's going to be mostly straight line damaging wind, we still could see a couple of tornadoes within this line. Let's check in on this line of storms that's northeast of Springfield. Man, these storms have just been barely missing Springfield, Missouri. But we've had some reports of wind damage from this batch of storms right here. Anytime you see this bowed out structure, you can see this is just north of I-44 right now, near Lebanon and up to the north of there. That's your indication that you got some strong straight line wind. Now, sometimes within those lines, you can get little inflow notches, and that can create a little bit of spin here or there. So once in a while, you'll see a couple of tornado warnings along that line. But usually those tornadoes within a line are not as strong as, say the tornado that we had in Michigan earlier from the individual supercell. You'll never see a tornado that looks like that within a squall line of storms, that's for sure. Okay, so Greenfield, Missouri, you guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's got to be for probably damaging wind. I don't think there's, is it hail? Let's see what we got here. No, it's for damaging wind. So the hail size, less than quarter sized, and then you've got wind speed 60 plus. There was a recent report as these storms were going through a weather reporting site, a weather station, I should say. How do I not know what that's called? A weather station of 63 miles per hour when these storms were a little bit farther off toward the west. And so they mean business. I mean, there's a lot of energy in the air tonight, and we need to watch these closely. I-64 also dealing with some storms. Oh, by the way, yeah, we've been watching Kansas City. Here we go. This is going to be one to watch. Nothing severe along that line, but there is a batch of storms about to roll into Kansas City, and it's going to be a pretty nasty one overall. We'll break that down a little bit more in detail in a sec. Well, severe weather turned deadly in western Oklahoma last night when a mother and her young daughter were killed after a tornado tossed their van as they were driving. It's a terribly sad story. And earlier on Fox Weather, Kiana Lewis spoke with a family member of the mother and daughter. Take a listen to this.
So at around 9:30, I got a call from my brother, who was in contact with my brother-in-law. And he let me know that my sister and niece had passed away. And then we coordinated efforts to contact the rest of our family and let them know what had happened. It was a very tragic and terrible accident. My sister, Jody, was driving home from Fairview, trying to get home to her other two children who were at home. They were on a phone call with my other nephew and niece, letting them know they needed to take cover because the tornado was coming. And while she was on the phone with my other niece, Lexi screamed, and then the phone was disconnected. And it's at that time that the tornado had lifted their car up and thrown it into a field, and they were both killed at that time. So I've been talking with a lot of my family and friends and churchgoers, letting them know of this tragedy. You know, my sister Jody was a beautiful mother. She had 8 children. And she was loved by everyone in her community. She worked hard at the local school. Her children were in the band. She loved Oklahoma. I'm here in Utah, and so they moved away a few years back, and so we've missed them during that whole time. But luckily, I've been able to keep in contact with them as they've lived in Oklahoma. They've came and visited with us, and actually just spoke with her 3 days ago on the phone. So I'm glad I had that opportunity to talk to her. I know that my sister, she had a deep faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and we know that she met him that night as she passed away. And I know if she were here, she would probably say also that it was meant to be. And so we'll see her again someday. But for now, it's just a see you later.
What a sad story. That was a very powerful storm that created that tornado, which has now been rated, at least preliminarily, an EF2. Let's pivot and talk about the forecast for tomorrow, because we still have some severe weather in the forecast tomorrow. It's not likely to be nearly as bad as some of the higher end stuff that we've seen over the last couple of days. There's a level 2 risk. We've got 2 separate areas that we're really highlighting for a higher chance of severe weather. That would be parts of Texas into the lower Mississippi Valley. That's one spot. And then you get farther toward the north, and we're going to highlight parts of the interior Northeast up into the eastern Great Lakes. So it's all kind of the same storm system to some degree, but there are going to be some different effects that we could see, some different impacts from the storms. So I think a couple different rounds of storms down in this southern threat area. We're first off going to have some leftover storms from basically the ones that are going on overnight tonight, the cold front that's going to be rolling down to the southeast, and those could produce some gusty wind, maybe some hail. Can't completely rule out a tornado, but I think it's pretty unlikely. But then we get some more storms that fire up during the afternoon. You see this? Like during the afternoon, a bit of a better chance at some taller, more healthy storms that could produce some some pretty windy storms, some wind gusts, maybe 65, 70 plus miles per hour, and some hail over quarter sized in diameter. And then we've got this area farther toward the north where I think the number one threat is going to be damaging straight line wind. There's a little bit less wind shear as you get up here into the northern tier. So let me split these up a little bit and we'll go through the forecast model just to show you exactly what they're looking like right now. And so, yeah, we're going to initialize this, or we're going to start this here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And again, all the stuff that you see here, this is all the leftovers from the storms that are ongoing right now. So they're going to continue to move to the southeast through the overnight. Round of storms for Dallas could be anytime during the morning, even into the early afternoon. I think late afternoon into the evening, you guys are done with the storms in Dallas. And then it's a bigger deal for places like Austin, Houston, let's say Monroe, Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi, etc. Then you get up into the northeast, and we're going to have kind of isolated storms. Not a huge amount of coverage, but it really will be an air mass that'll support some gusty, damaging wind. So we'll be here with you during it, and we'll keep you updated with how it goes. Well, Fox Weather is your severe weather HQ. This was an unbelievable tornado that we had up in southern Michigan. Likely a high-end tornado. We'll have to see what the Weather Service rates it, but they'll have their hands full trying to do that over the next couple of days, I'm sure. Big-time storm. We'll have more on it coming up.
Your data is like a single domino. The moment it's stolen, it starts a chain reaction that puts the information that guards your assets at risk. 1 in 3 Americans have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk it?
When I saw zeros on that screen as my bank account balance, I went to immediate panic.
$21,000 just gone.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. Like $30,000. I have no idea what to do.
If your personal information is stolen, are you prepared to pick up the pieces alone? LifeLock is the leader in identity theft protection and restoration.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained U.S.-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. And as extra protection, all LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees.
I think it's natural